Well, good morning. We're here at St. Charles Lanes at the Stars of the Lanes, being directed by the JBC, the Junior Bowling Club of Greater St. Louis, the Gateway. I'm Larry Husky. I'm with Rich Orff and Steve Orff. This tournament is going to be bowled today. 6 games of qualifying in a match play setting. We'll go to a bracket after the qualifying. We've got 80, I believe it's 86 kids bowling today on a 2-to-1 ratio sport pattern, honoring the memory of the great Ray Orff. And I'll let Rich and Steve talk more today about the 890. But Rich, Steve, thank you for being here today. I'm excited to be able to do this in your dad's memory, and these kids got to give him a little bit of education today about who he was and how special he was. And some of my greatest memories growing up in the bowling area were watching your dad bowl. I don't think he ever called me by my name either, except for just, I think one time he was mad at me, he called me Larry. Other than that, I was a kid. My whole life, even into my 50s, I was a kid.
Well, Larry, I'll start off. I appreciate you asking us to come out and to keep the memory of my father and the controversial 890 series going, because it is definitely part of bowling history. And you did this 5 years ago for an adult tournament. We had a huge turnout when COVID was really flaring. We had a lot of top pros. Remember that, Steve? That was a huge turnout.
Wow, yeah, what a great field. Thank you, Larry. Yeah, keeping Pops' memory, in the bowling community, what you're doing, we all appreciate it. All the orgs really appreciate it. Jeff Rickles wrote a nice story about it, and all I'll ever say is my dad was a great bowler, and I don't think anybody will ever throw 35 strikes in a row with a rubber ball. So,
yes,
I've never seen it.
And it's, like you said, Steve, that's chances of that happening again are very slim because there's no more rubber bowling balls. But it's nice that you mentioned Jeff Rickles. I was thinking of this driving out. Jeff has his own website, 11thframe.com, so we'll give him a little plug. Now, there is a subscription, a yearly basis. I think it's in the $30 range. But he did a phenomenal article about the 890 story 5 years ago? No, it was 2022 for the 50th anniversary. And now you can go to his website, and that is free. You don't have to pay. And for anybody that would like the whole history of what happened back in 1972, I thought it was a very good article. Do you not agree, Steve?
It was, and if you're a historian, I'll tell you something, Larry, probably something you didn't know. My dad's attorney that represented him ended up actually was offered the job years later to be the commissioner of the NHL.
I only knew that because your brother told me about 2 months ago that story.
Yeah,
but I had never heard that.
If you're into conspiracy theories, he also was indicted for seriously. There was a running joke in the family. The guy was a big player. I mean, who would have thought my dad with limited means would end up getting an attorney to represent him to fight against the American Bowling Congress, who down in his career would have such a. I mean, the guy who's if you not going to mention his name, but he was ended up being a high-powered attorney, and actually, like I said, was offered the NHL commissioner job at one point. But he had a little controversy throughout his career too, which is another story in and of itself. But again, thanks, Larry. Stuff like this, I pulled up in the parking lot. There's cars everywhere, and these kids want to bowl, and I really tip my hat, because these lanes aren't going to be easy. When we were kids, I'm sorry, we liked them when they were easy, just like everybody else. And this is going to be a challenging condition, no doubt. So. And
you've already seen it just through the 15 minutes of practice they had. Several kids already flew the head pin and finding out that there's a huge out of bounds out there. But these kids are ready. They want to bowl on sport conditions. They want to bowl college. They know that the way to get into college is to be proficient. in sport. And I'll tell you what, like we're watching a few kids here now. Donald Simpkins the third. He's sitting on 27.
Oh, I know him, and he's playing the gutter. And I'm not going to lie to you. If I was out there, I wouldn't be trying to do that. But I know he just packed the first one, so we'll see how that goes.
He likes to on the harder stuff. He likes to come off the corner or play a little straighter with a little speed, cut some of the angle out of the ball. But he was last year's male bowler of the year. He's going to go to Calumet University on a bowling scholarship. On lane 27, that's Ryan Hunt. That's Jeremy Hunt's oldest boy. He's really a phenomenal baseball player, pitcher.
There's a couple from Cape on this pair, right? Isn't the young man on 28 also from
Jackson area? That's
he throws it good too.
Harper Burnett, yeah.
And here's where I'd be playing him where he's at. I'd stay away from that OB.
Yeah, I personally think the track area is the better place to play
and
too.
you know it's going to blow up before long. They're going to start really hooking. So when you're out that far right, when they start burning up, you're going to have to make a major move left. But you got to go with your gut. And if he's got a look playing out there, we'll see how it ends up working out for him in transition.
But Steve, like you said earlier, it's great to see a really, really good turnout. And the bowling mindset has really changed since when we were kids. Like you said, we bowled these things. We wanted them easy.
Hell yeah, heck yeah, we did.
No cuss
if they were
words.
too hard.
But now, really, sport is really picking up, and I'm glad to see in the St. Louis area that it's finally picking up a little bit of steam because it has become a lot more popular in other parts of the country. And I'm glad Larry stepped to the plate along with the JBC to offer these kids sport bowling because it's going to make them better in the long run. And most of these kids have the desire to go to college. And watching my two kids go through college, let me tell you, that's all they're going to see. There's no gimmies out there, and we realized it once we got a little older and started bowling the PBA regionals, and those things were no piece of cake. We realized then as we got older that made us a better bowler. So this is definitely a great turnout, and we're certainly glad, the Orff family is certainly glad that it's the Ray Orff 890 Open.
Well, I want to tell you a quick story about your dad. He drilled my first ball when he was at Western, back behind the lanes, and
lane
it was
36,
really,
right?
which was really cool because he'd give you the ball and you go out and throw the ball down the lane, and he'd make sure it fit good. Well, after he got to the shop on Gravois, I was still pretty young. And I had another ball drilled by him. And by the way, that first ball was a Brunswick Black Diamond. And I shot my first 300 with it at Arnold Bowl. 12 years old, ecstatic, But I actually made a joke with him and said, I'll bet I'd go shoot 300 with this ball. And, he just kind of gave me that look that he was famous for, But I guess I was about 12 or 13, and we're at the shop, and he drilled it, and so he backs up against the wall and says, hey, go over and release it. And so, I'm sitting there, and I take the ball, and I just kind of pulled it off my hand, and it just barely rolled, and he goes, well, I can't tell you what he said but he said, will you please let the ball go so I can see that it comes out? Throw the ball. You're not going to hurt me.
Let it rip.
And he said something that I can't share with the kids. But anyway, I always chuckled at that. But the kids ask me all the time, well, what kind of condition did you guys bowl on when you were a kid? I said oil and unoiled. I mean, they were either oiled or they weren't.
Yeah, it was all or nothing for the most part.
Yeah, well, there were sometimes when they were flooded, but they were either oiled or not oiled. So that was our two conditions to bowl on.
I was thinking, the new lingo with cliffed and everything else, words we didn't use when we were younger. Here's one you never hear anymore. When we would walk around, oh my gosh, the lanes are so slow.
Yeah.
No one ever uses that word anymore. Remember if they were either slick or slow?
Yep.
Right?
Yep. That was terminology from the
Slow
70s.
meant they were hooking out of the building because
meant they were
technically
rolling.
your ball was slowing down.
Yeah.
So that's where the terminology came from, was slow. But yeah, it's amazing how the terminology changes too with the different generations. And talking back about bowling in our generation, now we call it topography. Really, if we look back when we were bowling quite a bit in juniors, the scores were higher when the wood surface was nice and smooth and it had been recently resurfaced with a good coating. A lot of times your scores would be a lot lower when the bowling center needed to resurface the lanes, and the heads would be all beat up. And so at least now with synthetic lanes, and of course there's still wear with synthetic, but that's played a huge part in changes in the bowling industry. You guys were talking earlier, a lot of people don't know the true history with the 890, and you were talking about the lawsuit. So I think we should back up a little bit and tell the people that are interested on really what happened, and we'll keep it nice and short. Back in the late 30s, a gentleman by the name of Allie Brandt shot 886, and that was the world record, and that stood, I guess we can say, until 1972, when Pops threw his Black Beauty, left the ring 10, and then 35 in a row for 890. Now the kicker is, and here's where the controversy comes in, back then, the lanes had to be checked when there was an award score. So since it was a record series, the local association was told not to check the lanes. So the lanes were not checked until the next day. And the lanes had already been re-oiled. Pops was the manager of the bowling center. He didn't feel like there was any funny business going on, so he re-oiled them with their normal oiling procedure. So that's where a lot of the younger modern bowlers, since we're all old timers now, when an award score is shot today, it's already approved, and it's basically anything goes. So the part of the lawsuit that you guys were talking about, basically in a nutshell, we fast forward to 10 years later, 1982, when the first 900 was shot by ABC Hall of Famer Glenn Allison, who won quite a few PBA tournaments. He was the first one to shoot 900 with the yellow dot, and the ABC basically did the same thing to Glenn that they did to Pops. They threw his out too. So that's where you guys got a little ahead of yourself talking about the lawsuit. Since they threw the score out, then my father felt like he had no other recourse other than to try to take him to court, and then so that's where we're at.
Yes. Well, and again, not to super duper harp on it, Larry, I think you'd find this interesting. So my father shot that score at Western Bowl 1972.
Yep.
It was not a high-scoring house.
No,
in the
Western
history
Bowl
of
was
that
no.
house, in the history of that house, up to that point, do you know there were, I believe, 3 honor scores shot in that house? Do you know who they were shot by?
Probably PBA pros.
There was a 300 game by Dick Weber, who you could argue is the greatest bowler of all time up to that point. There was a 299 game by Steve Gilgem, who was a junior
one of the
leaguer,
best in St. Louis.
who ended up almost winning on the national tour. And then when Pops shot 890, I had researched it. I believe the next highest series in that house was not any more than like 760. He had the house record by 130 pins. Later that year, Earl Anthony came in. They had a tour stop in that bowling center in 1972, and Earl Anthony shot 300. So up to that point, that bowling alley had been around how many years?
62
the only honor
was built
scores,
62.
The only honor scores even in that house for a decade were Dick Weber, Earl Anthony, Ray Orff, thrown out, and Steve Gilton.
Well, here's one you might not remember because you just might not be old enough to remember it. But in '77, when your dad went to Imperial Bowl had been around for 4.5 years.
And he had 845 there with a yellow dot.
846, something like that.
Yeah, 845.
So, but it'd been around for 4.5 years. There was only 4 people before your dad who shot 300 there.
Yeah.
Now, everybody goes, well, there's a lot of after that, in the 80s,
Scores started blowing up.
urethane started coming in, but all those years, there was only 4 people before your dad that shot 300 in that house. Because they had them on the wall, they had their pictures on the wall in the order that they.
Well, we grew up bowling at Redbird Lanes, and they had so few 100 scores there. If you shot a 300, they had someone do the oil painting.
Absolutely.
You
Yeah.
Redbird
The
when you
original
walked in?
Redbird.
You'd walk in, and there'd be they paid to have a professional painter come in and do an oil painting, and you had your picture mounted on the wall.
Looked like you were walking into the art museum.
Yeah, they only had like 2 or 3 of them, and then in the 1980s, when they decided to learn how to wall them up, they had like 20 of them in a year. No
And they
more
didn't
oil
do that,
paintings
yeah.
anymore. So even that one, he leaked a little right, but you know, you can pick a 2-pin, Larry, right? That's the right part of the
Yeah.
lane. No
I
doubt.
think that ball just come off his hand a little bit
He
deep.
missed a little right, but it didn't, you know.
Yeah, the young
Didn't
man
make a
now.
washout.
Got a really
Young man
good
now up
touch.
on the left lane's got the front 5. I think he's playing.
Eli is
he's
very
playing
strong.
in the. He's playing the track also.
Yep.
Yeah, see a little wide.
Well, caught a break. I mentioned earlier, kudos to Don Griffin and Sean Bivey for their local. They run bowling programs, collegiate programs. Are out here watching today. Good for them.
Yeah, we've got
Recruiting.
another coach from Cotty School.
Hats off, like I said.
Yeah.
When my niece and nephew used to bowl these tournaments, I never saw any of the local collegiate leaders ever coming out to watch and recruit. So hats off to those guys for being out here and trying to get some of the local talent to stay here.
Well, the way this all started, and now the regular gateways have all gone to modified shots too. They don't use house shots anymore. But we had a Stars of the Lanes. I had been looking for a couple of years to find a way to get the kids interested in bowling the sports shot tournament, and that's when I went with Tracy, and she said, well, here, I'll just give you some money. Well, money always seems to encourage people to come out. And she gave us $1,000 for one tournament. And we got 88 kids the very first time come out bowled on 2-pattern, 8-game, 2-pattern, long and a short. And John was just amazed that we got that many because years ago when they tried it, they got 25, 30 kids coming out as opposed to having 100 like they're accustomed to. And he said, hey, we're gonna start making it to where the kids don't shoot, because you'd come to a gateway and there'd be 7, 8, 300s a day. And and they'd have qualifying, and then on the finals they'd have them again. And so the kids started having to score, and they have not slowed down at all. The kids are still coming out, they're shooting.
This generation's different. Like I said, I'm going to go back and take a shot at my generation because you tried it. You asked me for ideas for the team shootout, etc. When you made the lanes hard for the team shootout, you lost entries.
Yep.
Guys in our age group didn't want to play on that, bowl on that stuff. So,
Yep.
these kids ain't afraid of bowling on this. Good for them.
Well, it was
Like you
funny.
said, you have to now because if you want to get good at this game when you go to college, this is what you're going to bowl on. This is what you're going to bowl on. You're never going to get anything easy. So, hop on. No.
Hit mine.
Take over.
Yeah, Steve, like we were talking, these sports shots in the long run will make you a better bowler. You might be out here and getting a little flustered, but I tell the young kids that come into the store, you know what? If you're struggling, keep learning. Don't give up. Why? What do you got to do to make yourself better? And So I'm just glad that the sport conditions are really taking off for these kids in the St. Louis area.
Well, I try to tell these kids that St. Louis was a mecca of bowling when you guys and I were growing up. I mean, seriously.
There was more talent in St. Louis than I would say any other city in the country. I'd stand by that.
Well,
in the 70s and 80s.
And we'd come to the archways, and here's your dad punching the balls for hardness. Here's Dick Weber standing back there. Yeah, he's watching Pete, but he's there for anybody who wants to talk to him. We had Ray Bluth, we had Patterson, we had all kinds of guys that were hanging around. Remember Ray Young?
Oh yeah, Chris's uncle.
I mean, just what a guy that guy was, And,
and I'll tell you, you probably know this already, Larry. The reason St. Louis, especially in that era, was the #1 city in the country for bowling was because of the brewery. When bowling took off, the beer manufacturers that sponsored bowlers, that's why Dick Weber came to St. Louis.
Yeah.
That led to why Billy Whaley came from Houston. It was a little before, but Burton came to St. Louis from Houston. These guys were not St. Louis natives. The only ones that were native St. Louisans were Ray Bluth and Don Carter and Hennessy. But Glenn Allison lived in St. Louis for 5 years. He's a California guy, but he came. If you look at the old in the early 60s, and you would look at the any random tournament, and you on the national tour, and you looked at the top 20, 10 of the top 20 had St. Louis down as their home. And they weren't native guys, but they came here. Well, what happened? A lot of them ended up staying here. Dick ended up relocating here. Obviously, his son's one of the greatest bowlers ever. That Whaley lived, the Burton family. St. Louis took off in large part because money was pumped into the game from the Anheuser-Busch, and I think that had a lot to do with it.
I agree with you 100%.
Absolutely. Let's face it. And thank God they did it. Because for us anyway, we got to grow up in that environment, and there was just, I remember not being old enough to bowl the adults, but going to Tower Bowl for the sweeper at night.
The midnight sweeper.
The building's still there.
But it was a who's who of bowling was there. That's like when you bowl. These people would lose their minds today if they went for these tournaments in the Archway, or the part-time bowler store was here, and those guys were in it. Because you went to Archway, and that was what the pros bowled when they weren't on tour.
Well, the Archway, Dick Weber bowled Archways. They didn't discriminate. They let anybody bowl in it.
Exactly right. And
Tom Hennessy would bowl in it. One thing about Dick Weber people don't talk about a lot. That guy, and Pete's the same way now. Dick loved to bowl. We kind of took it for granted because he was such a nice person. But my mom and dad kept all the old bowling papers. And half the time you look at a junior Archway where the tournament was over and you'd pose for your little picture, Dick Weber would be there. At the time, arguably the greatest bowler. If he was in town and not bowling an event, he would drive to the junior tournament, hang out, and then get up there and get his picture taken with all the kids. And let's be honest with you, today's pros for the most part probably wouldn't be doing that. But that guy, he was always in a bowling alley.
He was
always in a bowling alley.
He was a genuine man, wasn't he?
Yeah, but even now, Pete, I have to compliment Pete. Pete is always bowling. If he's in St. Louis, he's bowling that Shrewsbury 3-game, re-enter tournament that the Barons have. The guys, they're always in a bowling alley.
The Southside Doubles.
Yeah,
in fact, that's going on this
There's
weekend.
chatter that Tommy's going to bowl that tomorrow.
The Southside Doubles?
Yeah.
Who's he going to bowl with?
I don't know.
Shay?
That'd be a great question for you to ask.
Shay?
I believe that's what he. Now that's just what the rumor.
That'll be a
is.
house shot. I won't be able to hit that. It'll be too easy. Yeah, he if you remember back in 2020 when we had that tournament here, he bowled with a young lady who's on what was her name? They led it. Tommy averaged 250. You remember that? The lanes were not easy. It was.
I'm drawing a blank on her name.
Hold on a second. It wasn't Verity. It was.
And it wasn't Diana because they bowled together.
No. Well, that'd be a good question for you to ask him because
He'll
I know who
remember.
it was too.
Yeah,
I
he averaged
can't-
250, made it look easy. It was this condition.
And then who ended up beating him?
I think didn't Greg Young?
Greg Young,
Cameron
and
Doyle
Cameron
went?
Doyle.
Cameron Doyle, that's right.
And then the following year, it was Steve Jarvis and Tim Hyman.
Yeah.
In fact, I saw Tim last night. He came running in the store. He wants a ball drilled because he's going to bowl the Southside Doubles tomorrow, and his partner is Spencer,
Oh, Robards.
Who's that?
Tim Hyman. And
Oh,
I think
Robards.
Tim Hyman is an underrated bowler in the
Very
St.
good.
Louis
Oh,
area.
he's very good.
He shot 2,000 again down in
and here's the
USBC.
he's awesome. I think he's one of the top 5 probably in St. Louis. Timmy is.
He's
but
solid.
Do you know what is also super ridiculously impressive about his brother?
John?
His brother doesn't bowl.
He don't even bowl league.
I
His
know.
brother goes out there and bowls 9 games a year and is shooting 2,000 at the USBC, and he doesn't bowl throughout the course of the year. That is like, sorry, that's like Superman.
Absolutely.
Could you imagine, as hard as those lanes are, those are your only 9 games. They said, oh, he practiced a couple of games to get sharp to go out there. But he didn't bowl league. Doesn't bowl league.
Sounds like a young Pops.
Yeah, like, Pops did that one time. Remember when his hand got all messed up and Pops
With
was
the- with the-
allergic to plug material
plug,
right
I
after we
remember
opened the shop, and he went to, was it Memphis or something the one year?
Oh, for the ABC tournament.
Yeah, so he drills a green white dot. Wasn't it a green one? And he, he didn't like going to bowl. He took like a year off. He didn't bowl hardly at all. And if he went to a bowling alley, a lot of people would come down and want to talk to him and that. We drove over to Freeburg, Illinois. Remember that? Ron Spicer. My dad drills a green white
Freeburg.
dot, puts a bunch of gauze, wraps his hand
His
like the
hands
mummy.
were all messed up.
We go over to Freeburg, and we get lanes 1 and 2, and they turn them on. He said, I'm going to try to practice before I go to the ABC tournament. Bowled 250 the first game. He hadn't bowled all year, and he turned, so I'm good. I'm fine. And he went out there, and he bowled awesome. He hadn't bowled all year. And he could not feel the bowling ball. You remember he drilled like caveman-size finger holds because he knew he had to wrap his fingers with gauze. And he looked like the mummy on his hand. But yeah, what John Hyman's doing is that is.
It's amazing.
I ought to let Rickles know. I think Rickles would write an article probably about that as much as Jeff loves the National USBC tournament.
Well, I mean, the Hyman brothers alone, just their run the last 5 years. In that
They have 2 top
tournament
fives, don't they? They're a
It's
top
been
5 in the
incredible.
team event.
Yeah.
They finished 3rd in doubles. John shot 800 in doubles. Last year, 810 I think he had. Tim had over 700, and I think they finished 3rd.
Another, back to Pops and brag about Pops. I always love telling this story and see if you remember this one. Our father got to bowl the Firestone Tournament champions twice. He was eligible for it, 65 and 75. Well, how he got to bowl in 75 is he had to win the Resident Pro. Now it's called the RPI. And it was up in Tacoma, Washington. And that's where Earl was living at the time. And it was only for regional bowlers. And they interviewed Earl in the newspaper on who his predictions were that were a threat to win the tournament. And Earl mentions a couple guys that were already bowling on the tour, but they didn't have their tour card yet, so they were still eligible to bowl this RPI. And we still probably have the article somewhere. And Earl tells the guy that wrote the article, said, well, you know what though? If Ray Arf's been practicing, then watch out, he might have a shot. So, of course, Pops wins the tournament. They didn't have a stop ladder roll off. It was just 24 games, position round, and that was
I
it.
know, that's the
Jeremy's
right part of the lane. Yep.
And he didn't have to bowl the last game. Remember, he led the tournament by almost 500 pins.
469 pins, and he wasn't using his bowling ball, Larry.
So,
Throwing Uncle Herb's black
Crown jewel.
Wasn't even his ball.
but I remember he picked us up after school, and he showed me the article that Earl said, watch out, if Ray Arf's been practicing, watch out, he could be a threat. Pop said, that Earl was right. I practiced 3 games before I went to that tournament.
Well, going back to, remember I made a comment about who had shot 300 at Western? In 1972, Earl shot 300 at Western Bowling Tour Stop. he did it in match play. Guess who he bowled the 300 against?
Pops.
My dad.
Well, I told Rich the story the other day. It was the first year of the Masters match play at Arnold in the summer, and your dad was not a guy that ever showed up early. He just come in, he worked, whatever, and came in, put his stuff on and bowled. Well, I'm sitting down there behind. At the time, it was 23 and 24. And I'm just sitting there, and it's like 4:30, and your dad walks in about like 5:45. We didn't start bowling until 6:45. He walks in and he sits down right beside me. And I'm thinking he must be delivering balls or he's delivering shirts or something like that. He looks at me, and at that point, we'd bowled 3 weeks. I was 12 and 0. Okay, and even remember, I was not cocky guy. I was pretty, humble. He walks up to me after just a couple of seconds of chit chat, and he said, "Boy, you've been rolling really good, kid." And I said, "Yes, sir. I've been very fortunate." He said, "Well, I just want to tell you might be in trouble tonight. You got me game 1, and I feel pretty good." So I'm like, "Oh, great." We get started. He practices. Nothing spectacular in practice. Because he didn't go 100% during warm up. We get up. I lead off. I throw a double. He throws a strike, 4-pin, spare. On the back, took a long drag off his cigarette. Sheet 280. I shoot 250. He goes, "Good luck. You got a tough night." Chris Young comes in, shoots 300 against me, game 2. I look at the third guy. I think, well, I'm going to get this guy. No such luck. Leroy Barnhop was subbing that night.
Yeah.
Leroy shoots 300 against me.
Wow.
Now I got 880 against me, and I'm averaging 230, 240. So I'm 0 and 3.
You bowled me game 4. I probably shot 160.
No, thank God I got Rick Chrisman game 4. And I beat him like a redhead stepchild.
There you go.
But your dad was so funny because you might be in trouble tonight. You got me game 1, and I'm feeling pretty good.
But that story you tell, even then, he was past his heyday. He was probably pushing 50 years old then, wasn't he?
Oh, at least. That was 92. So, yeah, it was 1992. So, but
yeah, he would have been in his early 50s, yeah.
He was just... But that's the night that he shot some crazy 4-game total. I mean, 1096 or 1102, or he shot some crazy total.
Yeah,
for 4 games.
Just talking bowling, it's such a different world now. I get a kick out of watching, like you on Facebook, and a guy will say, "Oh, I shot 860 last night, and I threw the same ball all 3 games." It's like, hallelujah, because guys change balls some. My old man probably, I don't remember him having 10 different ball balls in his life. Like, I could name what I remember seeing him throw. I can't remember him, and I'm sure he had probably more than 10, but not much more than 10. When he was a competitive bowler his whole life, starting in the 70s till when he quit bowling, I don't remember him having more than 7 or 8 bowling balls.
Well, I tell kids sometimes I went
When he
2
drilled a bowling
years
ball, that
without
was his
buying a
ball.
new bowling ball.
Well, he drilled that green white dot because he had to. And he never really threw it.
Well, when
after
he was bowling a lot of the regionals
Yell
from
it out.
74 to 76,
Yell it out in a crown
he
jewel.
basically had 2 balls.
Yeah,
Yell
one
it
of
out
them was
in a
his
crown
brothers.
jewel.
And the other one of them was Uncle Herb's ball. It
Right.
wasn't even his bowling ball. He had to
I
yell
mean,
it out.
so here he was winning quite a few regionals, and he had 2 balls.
Yeah. He drilled a black angle. He drilled a gold angle. He drilled a black UDOT. And I remember he drilled a Teal Rhino Pro. That's probably the last ball I remember him drilling.
I remember the
No, he
gold
had a
angle.
danger zone.
Yeah, but
And
that was
he,
right around when he quit. I mean,
right.
He didn't throw it very much.
He had a nitro.
He had
Well, I
a black
remember him
di-
throwing the gold angle.
He had a
though.
black diamond, maybe, and a black beauty. Beyond that, I don't remember too many other balls he
Well,
ever
the
drilled.
picture that's out on the lanes,
It's a
that he drilled that right after
LTD?
LTD. That had the little white
Yeah, not a
dot
black
on the
diamond.
top.
Yeah, that's an LTD. Yeah.
So,
We'd show up at junior archery in the 80s. We'd each have 10 balls with us back then even.
absolutely.
See, Larry, we're Nostradamus here. You got to be in, buddy. Laying the gutter's not the answer.
Yeah, I don't think so either. The ones that have some decent scores are playing inside,
you
trying
can't be
to keep your angles nice and
I
tight.
haven't seen any left-handers. One thing I try to be a very unbiased person when you have a very difficult pattern, and if you're left-handed, you're probably going to be in trouble
We have a couple of really good left-handers in here today
because they're just not. The right side's going to blow up. You're going to get a hook spot eventually. Maybe by game 3 they're going to be hooking, but lefties obviously with the less traffic, they're going to change a whole lot. So if they don't have it to start, they're probably not going to. They're not going to see the lane open up like the right side's going to eventually start hooking.
Back to one more story about Pops. When Larry was telling his match play story, and he came out to the store the other day and told the story. So then I told him the story, and there was a few other customers. When the first year we won the shootout.
Yeah, when he called, he was going to shoot 300 last game.
You're a better storyteller than me, but you got to go from the beginning when our buddy Ralphie Solon, you guys were just out of junior leagues, and I was only a couple years older than you, and we all wanted a bowl, but it was only you, me, and Ralph.
Yeah.
And start out by telling the story how Ralph kept bugging Pops the bowl, but he never called him Mr. Arf. He always called him Ray.
Yeah. Ralphie was at the shop almost every day, and we had bowled the year before. We had just got out of juniors. Remember, the very first year we bowled, you and Chris and Dave Danielson, we had a team together. The tournament was awesome. We filled Tropicana. They moved it to Strike and Spare. Ralph had signed up and had a team in it, but it was just the three of us, and he's trying to get my dad to bowl. My dad's like, you got to have 5 guys. I mean, guys came from 4 different states to bowl that tournament. I mean, the Webbers put a team together. It was loaded, and people came from Iowa and Illinois and Missouri,
Indiana,
and Nebraska. I mean, this was the pre-Brunswick Team Challenge team tournament. It was the best team tournament probably in the country. So Pop wanted to get a bowl, and he goes, you got to have a good 5th guy, and you guys don't even have a 5th guy. And Ralph says, well, hey, Mr. Ray, I got Andy Bartholomew to bowl. And my dad says,
Who's that?
I can't say the H word. Who in the heck is Andy Bartholomew? I've never heard of this guy. We had just bowled the U.S. Open. He finished like 8th. And Ralph had the newspaper in his pocket. He pulled it out and said, this guy's from Archfield, Missouri. I'm buddies with him. He said he'll bowl with us. So my dad says, sign us up. He said, I already did, and you're bowling leadoff. So we bowled real good all day. And
Gold angle. He's throwing his gold angle.
And it comes down to the last. I'm 18. Ralph's 19. Rich is 21. Andy's probably 23. We're all young. And we have to bowl the St. Charles guys the last game of the day. And we didn't know it at the time. They had won, the tournament existed for 4 years. They had won it every year. They just dominated.
We're talking Kevin Tebbins.
It was Tebbins. They didn't have the same
Donnie
team
Meyer.
every year. Right. Randy Johnson bowled with them. Kevin Mullins. They always had one guy that wasn't a St. Charles guy, but it was basically Sherman, Lightfoot, Barnop, some combination of that with a Randy Johnson or a Kevin Mullins. And, they had won it basically every year.
So they were the crafty veterans, and here we're the young kids that are all nervous.
So it comes down to the last game, and basically the two teams had separated themselves pretty much from the rest of the field. And the last game's worth 50 points, 50 bonus point, and there's less than 50 pins between the two teams. So Dad could probably tell we were a little nervous. We each got a couple practice balls. So, of course, he says loud enough for everybody on the pair to hear, guys, we're going to be fine. I'm shooting 300 this game. Don't worry, we got this. We're going to be no problem. So he says it loud enough. Everybody on the pair hears it. He didn't stand up on the approach and scream it, but the place is packed, and he goes up on the left lane because we were leading. He's bowling leadoff, and I'm bowling second, and he rings a 10, and he spins around, and he goes, guys, I'm sorry. I meant to say I'm shooting 290 this game. So, of course, he picks it, and then he just nails the last 11. And the other team, I'm just telling you, these were awesome, great bowlers, but he completely, it was the most intimidating thing I've ever seen. They didn't shoot 1,000. I mean, it was, he just, and Andy Bartholomew said, Ray controlled the match. Everybody on that pair was looking at him, and they knew they were in deep trouble when strike.
He led us young kids to victory.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, Ralph was talking smack because that was Ralph. But by about the 5th frame, we were so loose. We knew we were going to destroy him. I mean, it was a total shift within a 20 minutes of, oh my gosh, we're bowling these guys, to we're going to destroy these guys. And now it's because of Pops put so much confidence in us. But we knew he's shooting 300. Oh no, he only gave us 290. He didn't keep his word.
And what's neat to finish up that story is young kid Andy Bartholomew. Now he is a bowling proprietor conglomerate.
Oh yeah,
he's got bowling centers all over the Midwest to the South, and a lot of his really fancy bowling centers are now called Andy B's for Andy Bartholomew.
And he blew out his wrist right after we won that tournament. He ended up learning how to bowl left-handed.
And he won several Grand Prix.
Oh yeah, really, really good bowler. But yeah, he had just bowled the U.S. Open. But Ralph set my dad up and like, hey, this guy will bowl with us. And Pops was all on board once he knew, hey, this guy just bowled a tour stop and almost made the show. Heck yeah, sign us up.
And I hadn't seen Andy in quite a few years, but when I was fortunate to get in the Missouri Hall of Fame.
Does he still live in Springfield?
He was there that night, and we were reminiscing, and he said, Rich, I can't lie to you. He said, I remember when we won. He said, you remember, I didn't bowl very well. He said, I was a nervous wreck because my teammate was Ray Orff.
Well, he had just bowled the U.S. Open. He had just almost made a show at the U.S. Open.
And the one thing we forgot to say about the U.S. Open, that was the first year it was sponsored by Seagram's.
Paid $100 grand. Andy bowled awesome.
So,
well, I as you get older, Dad obviously passed, 7 years ago?
Yeah.
So I thought that's the only tournament I won with my dad. And you know what, though? I'm like, no, we have 2 wins. We won a Peterson team title with Pop. I can only speak for myself, but you're probably in the same boat. You and I were fortunate. We won a bunch of tournaments together, bowling doubles and stuff like that. But the only things we ever won with Pop was that shootout. And then we won no thanks to Rich and I, but we won a Peterson team event.
Yeah, we are the Peterson champions in 1987, but no thanks to me and Steve. We didn't contribute very much. We didn't contribute very much. Oh no, I made over 100.
We gave him 1,100 between the 2 of us for our best 3 out of 4. 550 a guy. Well, the reason Eddie Ruckenbrock passed away about a month or so ago.
Right.
I went to his wake and that picture was up, and that's all. I reminded me that we won that tournament. Pop shot 750 at Peterson for his
best 3 out of
4. Yeah. You want to get? She gonna come in and
I'm looking
and
for
hop back in here.
Tracy. Crazy. You ready?
You want to get out?
Well, Rich, we're going to get Tracy Palmero in with us. Tracy, thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
For those who don't know, Tracy Palmero, Remax, best choice, and you already got somebody called to buy another house from you. Tracy, I'm going to let her tell you, but Tracy, for the last few years, has really invested a lot of her time and resources into supporting local bowling and especially the kids here in St. Louis. I'm looking at your poster, your banner hanging there, and one of the things that you've done in 2023, you gave over $16,000 to Children's Miracle Network.
That's
so I
right.
mean, you've done a lot of things for people, and you've done a lot. I know you personally, and I'm so grateful to have you as a friend. But why don't you tell people exactly what motivated you to start sponsoring the local bowlers and the kids here in St. Louis?
So I got into real estate 10 years ago, and I wanted to make sure that I was connected to the community in a really deep and meaningful way. And Children's Miracle Network has been something that has been very important to me, and I've been donating a portion of my commissions ever since I started in real estate to Children's Miracle Network. And now I sit on the board of directors here in St. Louis, and I see all the amazing work that they do. for those of you that don't know, hospitals have budgets that basically cover the expenses and the operation of the hospital, but they don't cover the extra things. So the things that help children when they have an extended stay at the hospital, help children have a feeling of having a more normal life, a normal experience, instead of just being a sick kid. They also help very much with the families that are going through this as well. Siblings that maybe aren't getting as much attention because they've got a sibling that's sick. So for me, when I went and toured the facility there in St. Louis, the St. Louis Children's Hospital, I was amazed at all of the things that are covered by the donations that are made to Children's Miracle Network. So it just further solidified for me that I was doing something absolutely fantastic for the community. So going beyond that, basically anything that's children related, you know, helping kids have a, back in the day, normal life where they're away from technology and they're away from the constant barrage of information and able to do some fun things with their families, with their parents, and keep them busy and occupied with something that can actually end up helping them as they grow up. So bowling just became a great outlet for me. I bowled in college. I was terrible, but I bowled in college, and it was not only a social experience, but it was good to get out and do something that was not the job of going to college, going to school. So these kids have such a great opportunity being involved in bowling. I know there are a lot of scholarships available for young bowlers to go to college, and I absolutely love that. So, you know, the opportunity to support an organization such as this is just near and dear to my heart.
Well, Tracy, we can't tell you how much we appreciate it. And like I said, your contribution this year, not only is it going to sponsor the whole year of the JBC and put money into every single event that goes directly to the kids in the scholarship, but it's going to allow us to have at least 2 special tournaments like this where we bring kids that are even farther outside the area into bowling here in St. Louis. And once again, I can't thank you enough for what you do. And, you know, I just tell you that, you know, I've known you now these last several years. I know why you're successful. And if you're looking for a home, if you haven't found your forever home, if you're looking for a home, I can see why you're so successful with people looking to get. So I tell you, look up Tracy Palmero. I call her Tracy Remax at Remax Best Choice.
That's right.
Well, you have 3 offices or 4 offices?
So we have actually 4 offices, and I am out of the Festus office, but I also work out of the St. Louis office just outside of the 270 loop.
And Farmington?
And Farmington as well. So we cover a very large area. I personally go as far north as Troy, over to Warrenton, as far west as Cuba and Salem, as far south as Cape Girardeau and Poplar Bluff. So I cover a very large area because my goal is to be purposeful to someone that needs to buy or sell property. There's a lot of different reasons why people need to buy and sell real estate, and I also love talking about investing in real estate.
Exactly. Well, I think I figured out why you say you were terrible in college on bowling. I think it's because we didn't get you drilled a good piece of equipment. And Rich, I think you could probably take care of that for her, you know?
You should have came out to see us many moons ago.
And Ray Orf's Bowling Trophy Shop.
Yeah, we met a few years ago at the ball game.
Yep.
I don't know if you remember.
Yep,
I was
I
with
do.
Larry. And like Larry said earlier, being in the bowling industry also, I certainly appreciate what you're doing for these kids because they're the future.
They are. You know, I wear a bracelet that says change kids' health, change the future. I wear it every single day because it reminds me of the purposefulness of what it is that I'm doing, and because I've achieved what I have, the level that I can impact this program. And when I first got together with Larry, I wanted to impact this program because these kids are dedicated to this sport. They work hard at it, and they're going to be successful in whatever it is that they do in their lives. And bowling is going to be a great foundation for that.
And they're great kids. I mean,
I've come to know many of them, and they're absolutely lovely.
I know that you've been following little Olivia.
Olivia is wonderful.
You've been following her.
I told her today that she's going to be the face of bowling, women's bowling.
She has a very good chance.
She's on a
to do-
roll.
She's
Yeah.
got a very good chance to do
She's
that.
good and she's adorable, and she's so well spoken. She's so grown up for her age.
And she's, like I said, she's 13 years old, and hard telling where she's going to get to. And she wants it. She puts in the effort. She commits her time to practice. She's learning. You know, it's not just about the physical ability. It's also learning the science of bowling. You know, it's there's more than just throwing the ball down the lane, and she's learning that technical side of the game. She's starting to read lanes a little bit better. She knows when her ball's not finishing or when it's driving too hard. She's making adjustments, and she's starting to do those on her own, which is key. I think right now she's down on lane 13 to 14. Looks like we'll see her in about 3 games probably. She'll be down here.
Okay.
But
Yeah, everybody will want to make sure that they watch that because she's pretty amazing.
and you got Harper Burnett over here on 31 and 32. He's a 15-year-old, just really unique talent. But all these kids, I mean, if you look, they're bowling on something that very difficult. We call it a condition, lane condition. It's a very tough condition where there are lanes that are easy, and then there, with what we call a house shot, and there's a sport shot. And this is a very competitive, very difficult pattern where the ball has to be put in the right position with the right speed, with everything to get the ball where it needs to be and to enter the angle that you need to go to the pocket to strike. So,
See, this is what I did not learn in college bowling.
well,
Well, that's the big challenge in bowling, is whether the lanes are hard like this with a sport shot or your regular lead conditions. You can't see where the oil is. The only way you can make your adjustments is you have to be able to read your ball reaction and, like Larry said, have more knowledge. But that's really the toughest part of bowling, in my opinion, is not just to be able to replicate your shots, but then you have to be able to read that ball motion. And to me, that's a super challenging part of bowling. And I'm sure Larry would agree.
I do. I'm kind of like listening to see who we have. They're getting ready to give a.
A signed ball and a signed picture by Tyler Jones. The first winner will have their choice. First ticket, 039531. 039531.
How exciting, a signed ball.
Yeah, Tommy's a Hall of Famer. He's one of only. Well, there's only been 33 300s televised on the PBA Tour.
And he's got one of them.
He's got one of them. There's a couple guys that have 2, and one guy has 3.
Wow.
But Jason Queen, who I introduced you to, he bowled he was the 11th person to ever shoot 300. Did it at it was the U.S. Open, wasn't it?
Yes,
The U.S.
I believe
Open.
so.
He shot 300 on national TV.
And doesn't Tommy have 20 tour titles, I think, too?
At least 20.
And
And he
so
went into the
he's-
Hall of Fame.
There's
The
very few
PBA
bowlers
Hall of Fame.
are in that group that have at least 20 tour titles, and he's one of them. So he's definitely one of the
Wow.
all-time greats.
Wow. What a great opportunity for these kids to meet somebody that has achieved that level in this sport and that comes out and supports the kids and gives of himself and his time to come here and be a mentor to these kids and be, a dream to achieve for these kids. And I think, honestly, kids don't have enough opportunities for good, clean activities to meet someone that has excelled in something that they are very interested in, that would speak to them on a human level instead of, adult to child.
Well, the other thing too is when Rich and I were younger, you had baseball in the summer. Some kids, if the families had money, played hockey in the wintertime. Because hockey was very expensive and it was really a much smaller niche. Soccer didn't exist in St. Louis when we were kids. It just wasn't here. So it was nothing to have 400 to 600 kids on a Saturday bowling because there wasn't nothing else to do.
Right.
And unless you played baseball. There's baseball. Now there's so many things. I mean, there's hockey, there's track, there's wrestling, there's baseball that goes all year long. There's softball that goes all year long.
Basketball and
There's
football and
everything.
traveling teams and
And we still get 100 kids to come out and bowl in a tournament when there's 40 other things they could be doing.
The other
So-
beautiful thing about bowling is it's indoors. You can do it year round.
Absolutely.
Temperature controlled, so if it's 105 degrees outside, we can still be inside bowling
But
comfortably.
these kids commit to coming and doing this when there's, there's lots of things they could do that don't cost $65 to $70 a day to go do.
We also have to, call out the parents too and give a big shout out to the parents because the parents have invested in their kids to that financial level, to the time level, the practice, the carting them around because, we've got a lot of 13, 14, 15-year-olds that don't drive yet. It's a huge commitment for the family and it's fantastic that they do that.
Absolutely, Tracy, especially as they get older. I hope they realize what their parents
So I
did
that
and are doing for them now.
I think that's an amazing point because this is a sport where the parents are in close proximity to the kids. I watch it all the time at these events where the kids go up and have a chat with their parents in between, rolling a ball and they're connected, right? The support is there, but it's also a time when the kids can be around their parents and not dislike their parents like a lot of teenagers do from time to time, right? So they recognize that support. They may not verbalize it because, they aren't quite ready to verbalize it. But when they grow up, they will absolutely always remember that their parents helped them get where they are.
Well, and the other thing too is when Rich and I were younger, an expensive bowling ball was about $62. And that was an expensive bowling
Now
ball.
they're pushing 300.
They're
Technology,
and
right?
some of these kids are in here today with 10 bowling balls.
Right.
Yeah, so do the math.
And not counting the $150 pair of shoes they're wearing and the $80 jersey and all the other stuff that they have in their bag to, the equipment, the things that they need.
Right.
Plus the hours of practice. So, it's a commitment, and the parents have done a great job of getting them here. So,
One
And
thing,
the other thing that I've also noticed, I'm so sorry. No. The other thing that I've noticed is that these kids truly love this sport. It isn't like when my parents made me take piano lessons. I didn't like taking piano lessons. I didn't like the teacher. My parents weren't there, during my practices or whatever. It wasn't something that I truly enjoyed, and so I didn't stick with it. But these kids are completely dedicated to this sport. It's obvious in just the few years that I've been doing this. I've seen them ascend to new levels. I've watched several of them. I follow several of them in their career paths and the amazing things that they're doing. It takes a lot of dedication, and what they are learning with that dedication at this age is how to be dedicated and intentional and truly all in on whatever it is they decide to do when they grow up.
what I was going to say,
I'm sorry.
when Larry was talking about our generation, what is really neat in the bowling industry now is the collegiate bowling and the scholarships that are out there. I'm going to mention a name that Larry will remember. Back when we were kids, or when we were getting into high school or just finishing up high school. So for me, that would have been in the early 80s. So I'll be dating myself. But we didn't really know anything about collegiate bowling. And one of our bowling friends was a phenomenal bowler in the St. Louis area. Timmy Tyler was one of the first bowlers in the St. Louis area to get a bowling scholarship, and he went to La Crosse, Wisconsin, and now he's a CPA. And so, but that was just getting off the ground when we were kids, and now it's really blown up.
There's some big money.
Fortunately for my wife and I, both of our kids got through school. Well, my daughter's finishing up now, but both of them got through school with bowling scholarships. My son went locally here to McHenry University, and now my daughter's finishing up at Wichita State, which, if you follow collegiate bowling, is one of the biggest bowling programs. They were one of the first ones to really blow up. And so it's just so good for these kids to have that opportunity.
Yeah. And such good kids. Oh my gosh, I've gotten to know so many of them, and they're just lovely humans.
So just a little update here in the majors after game one. They're just finishing game two. After game one, Logan Meyer, a young man from Jackson, Missouri. He's 188 in first place in the major division. Olivia sitting in second at 181. And in the rookies, we have a young man that shot 218 his first game, and then little Easton Webbery from the Cape Girardeau, Jackson area, one of the youngest bowlers in the event. He's at 198 in second. And you get into the classics, who are coming this way now. Well, let's see what's going on.
Oh, you froze up.
It froze up. There's too many people on the.
There's a lot of technology happening simultaneously here.
Yeah. So here it goes. Now it's buffering. I think Harper Burnett's leading after his 2 games. If not, he's very close. He just shot 246 over here. Okay, well, we'll have to get. He'll get a printout.
While your phone's locking up there a little bit, what is the exact format again? They're going to qualify.
They're going to bowl 6 games of qualifying. Then we're going to cut the top 6 in each division.
Top 6.
The top 2 in each division will get first round byes, and then they'll bowl 2-game matches.
So Tracy, when Larry was talking to you earlier, you said you have, what, 3 or 4 offices?
We do. So I work for Remax Best Choice. That's where my license is. And there are a lot of different Remax offices. They're all independently owned. And our particular brokerage has 4 offices. So we have one at Merrimack Bottom Road, we have one in Festus, one in Herculaneum, and one in Farmington. So I work out of the Festus office just because that's where I live, in Festus. And we have a fantastic bowling lane in Festus as well, bowling alley.
Is that
That would be
Quonset? Yes. Been there many a times. Many a stories from Quonset.
Well, his father won a PBA tournament there in 1977.
Wow.
Right after he had opened our store. My father opened our store in 1976. I don't know if you know exactly where we're at. We're in Afton on Gravois. We're about 10 minutes east of Grant's Farm.
Yep.
So 1976. So next year is going to be the 50th anniversary.
That's amazing.
So
we'll have to figure out a great celebration for that.
Oh, well, everybody is going to be welcome. All of our loyal customers, of course, you're more than welcome. My wife's already working on it.
Good.
We're because we've got a decent-sized parking lot, and so we're planning on renting a tent and doing some barbecuing and
Nice.
Sody pops and some adult beverages. And everybody's more than welcome. Hopefully
Fantastic.
the weather will be nice. We'll definitely do it in the summertime. So we're looking forward to that. So.
That's awesome. Congratulations on 50 years. You know, there are a lot of businesses that sadly can't say that. You know, COVID was difficult for a lot of businesses, and a lot of businesses had to reinvent themselves. But what you do has had a great foundation, great longevity in the St. Louis area. You know, bowling's been a big deal in St. Louis for a really long time.
And I've tried to carry on the tradition. My father always preached to me and all of our other employees, our type of work is service,
Yeah.
service.
100%.
And that's what we hopefully been able to continue on now for the next 50 years.
Well, as a realtor, my business is service as well. You know, helping people make smart decisions, invest wisely, even if they're just buying their in the middle home, not their forever home, but you know, something that'll work for them today. First time home buyers. I'm a real estate mama to those kids, you know.
You sound like a busy lady.
Well, Tracy, let me ask you a quick question
Yes.
about. So you've got some stuff over here today that you
I do.
people that have a, you know, they can scan the QR code. Now, because of that, you just contact them through their cell phone, or how do you?
Yes. So when we get to the space in between the qualifying rounds and the finals, I will draw names and they'll win these prizes. that
That's
I brought.
awesome.
So I like to make it a little bit fun as well. I have a game that I have developed. And
Lux
it's
in the
called
Lou, right?
Lux in the Lou, and it's all about St. Louis properties. It's the game of real estate steals and deals.
It's kind of
So-
like a Monopoly.
It is kind of like a Monopoly
on
game.
steroids.
Yes, yes. So instead of the railroads, I have represented the Arch, the Missouri Botanical Garden, Forest Park, and the St. Louis Zoo.
So you're doing something very interesting with those games. You're raising money with those games for the Children's Miracle Network,
That's
right?
correct. Yes.
So they can give you, they can donate, make a donation.
Make a donation of $20 for this game, and it doesn't have a big board like a Monopoly game. It's a card game, and they're able to play the game in under 30 minutes, unlike a Monopoly game that tends to go on for hours. It's very fast-paced. It's fun and easy to take around with you. I did this for a number of reasons. Number one, to raise money for Children's Miracle Network and all of the child life experience things that these donations fund through children's hospitals. But I also did it to help other realtors across the country, and I go around and train realtors how to connect themselves to their community in a deeper level, in a more meaningful level, kind of like what I do here, you know, with sponsoring the junior bowling and different community activities that I do that are children related. Well, I like to help realtors understand that you don't always have to talk about houses. You don't always have to ask about buying and selling. Sometimes it's about a deck that needs to be replaced, right? And so if I have someone who's vetted that you know does a great job with decks, and I'm happy to share that information. I'm not going to ask you to buy or sell your house. I might ask you, tell me 3 things you hate about your house. You know, because if someone hates 3 things about their house, they're probably going to sell at some point. So, you know, I like to develop the relationship. So I am very much a relationship-based realtor and like to bring value to people. So I train agents across the country how to look at their business in that way. So that's one of the reasons why I developed the card game. So I'm going to have a template where they can insert their properties and their specific locations that are, you know, like the Arches for St. Louis. You know, it's a very much St. Louis well-known place. So they can insert their towns on the property cards. They can insert their places on there. So, and then they can download that and be able to connect with their clients and their community in a deeper way.
Well, that's awesome. I can't tell you how much we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Rich, I'm going to step out for just a second. I'm going to go get Tommy and Steve and see if I can't get them back in here. And Tracy, we can't thank you enough for what you do.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
It's just, you know, having somebody like you that commits to helping kids and especially helping some in something that we're so passionate about. You know, there's not a lot of people. I mean, you've done this. Suntrip Automotive Group has been supporting local bowling for a long, long time. But to have somebody like you come in that really just has such a compassion for the kids as well as the sponsorship. I mean, it's really not about the sponsorship with you. It's about the support. And there's a big difference in somebody who advertises and somebody who here, I want to do this for you because it's something that means something to me. So we really appreciate all that, and can't wait to see what happens this next year. Like I said, we're going to get with John, and we'll make up a new banner for the specifically for the JBC, and he said he'd proudly put that up with all the kids'
Great.
championship banners.
I
And,
love seeing those banners.
Yeah, it's really special. All right, well, I'm going to step off for a minute, and we'll get somebody back in here to help Rich and keep the commentary going.
My pleasure.
All righty, folks, we're back with you. Sorry for that little delay, but we want to bring in our old good buddy so he can talk about his collegiate bowling program, our good old friend Donnie Griffin, who is the head coach over at Mobat.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for inviting me in. There we go. That's a little better. Good morning. Thanks for inviting me in.
Oh, you're welcome.
Doing a little scouting today, Don?
Absolutely. There's always room for scouting. It's like these events are a great area for a lot of coaches to come out and see what's going on, and I'm fortunate to be able to do that.
Yeah, we're all old. Don, I don't even know how old you are now. I'm guessing. I know you're in your 60s, but
I am.
the iteration of this event has existed for over 50 years, right? I mean, they were called junior archways back in the 70s, but Pete Weber cut his teeth bowling these tournaments.
Yep.
Leroy Barnhop, you can go on and on. A bunch of guys that had success on the National Pro Tour started bowling these junior events, and they've been around over 50 years. The name's different now, but basically same format. This was you'll know this more than I, whose idea? Was this McLaren's idea with the Dicks?
I think it was a combination of Don McLaren, Dick, Gary Voss,
And Pops, probably.
and Pops was involved, and Don McLaren's general manager, Norma Lambert.
Lambert from
And then
over-
shortly after that was Peggy and Leo
Tyler.
O'Brien.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think I know the first tournament was at Village Bowl in Cahokia, and I'm going to say it was early 70s. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I would say
I want to
probably
say
in that era.
74, 75.
Well,
I
no,
think.
74 is when I started, and so they were
Okay,
going
so-
before then.
Okay.
I'm going to guess 73, maybe 72.
I was a little guy. I was watching. I remember everybody when they first started was throwing a Sure D or the Earl Anthony Pumpkin Mag 6.
Yep.
Orange ball. All and I remember, we're St. Louis guys, and I always try to think of guys who should be in the St. Louis Bowling Hall of Fame that's not. You know who is someone that from that very first era that started bowling these tournaments? Boise Huber. Do you guys realize how much he accomplished? And, you know, while living here, he won an Eagle, finished second on the national tour. He lost to Earl in a title match, made some shows.
I didn't know he lost to Earl.
Yeah, he finished second, lost to Earl. I think he made another show and finished. I think he finished second twice. I think the other one he lost to Roth. Yeah, but he won an Eagle. You know, won some regionals. Grew up.
Yeah, I
around
think
here.
Boise was the first generation to bowl these.
Yeah, with Pete. Pete was in that Timmy Tyler.
Timmy Tyler, Jeff
Wonderlic.
Burrows.
Jeff Burrows was another one.
You were just a
that
couple
was the
years
same group
behind
with
those
me.
guys.
Yeah, I was just a little bit right behind him.
You were a little younger
I'll be
than him.
66, and I know
Gary McGreevy used to
Yep.
bowl with Pete. That was his buddy back then. Remember that guy?
Because Steve Gilgum talks about it. Because Steve's
was
got to
one
be
of the
right
first.
now. Steve's got to be right at 70.
Brett
He
Huther?
just missed.
Brett Huther.
But
bowled
Brent
with-
Huther was one of the first ones. But
Right.
Steve's right at 70, and he just missed.
Yeah, these tournaments have been around forever. And, you know, Tommy Jones is going to get in the booth here in a little bit. You think of there's less than 380 bowlers in the history of our planet that can say they won a national tour title, and probably close to double digits bowled these tournaments. You know, from out of St. Louis, Missouri. So it's pretty cool. And Donnie's here scouting to
Absolutely.
grow his program, which has come a long way under your guidance, Don.
Thank you. Yeah,
A
no,
long
we
way.
tried to develop. I mean, you know, we've got a lot of competition with some well-known universities in our backyard. You know, with Maryville on the ladies' side on NCAA, and McHenry and Lindenwood, which have both of them have phenomenal programs. And you know, just being able to stack ourselves up, and you know, now we're starting to be able to mention ourselves in the same breath. It's really kind of rewarding to me, and it's you know, I'm just so grateful for the opportunity to give back a little bit for, you know, all the things that this sport has given me. That's what's so cool to get with the kids and just see the little light bulb go off in their head when they realize what happens is the most rewarding thing compared to anything I've done in the sport. So.
And if you can, I mean, St. Louis produces talent, like we talked about. If you can get most of these kids out here that are the higher end ones to go to your program just by keeping stuff local, you'll have you have an opportunity to put together good teams, no doubt about it.
And being able to develop the talent, you know, that's what's, you know, kind of like what I'm in that range where I'm more into trying to develop our own homegrown talent. And, you know, it's harder for me with the well-known programs to snag a couple of those high-tier athletes. You know, don't knock me out. I'm not going to not be in the mix, but, you know, it's harder for me to get those super talented kids to want to come to a little bitty school like Mobat. And you know, we've got a good program. We've got a great university, and you know, it's just a good place to be, and it's a good thing to do.
Well, you're putting the effort forth, and the reality of it is, all you got to do is get lucky and get one or two kids. And that's how it all starts. I mean, like you said, you're a campus in a very nice neighborhood, very safe neighborhood, right?
Absolutely.
Very good academics. No offense, I look at McHenry where my nephew went, very small school. Residential, you can get there. You don't have to have a Nebraska or, you know, a monstrous university. You can get there with a small campus. Lindenwood's grown a ton, but Lindenwood still isn't an enormous campus. So you can get there. And yeah, this, you know, St. Louis for years didn't have any good collegiate powerhouse programs, and it started with Lindenwood, then McHenry. Now there's 4 local. I mean, you guys are a player, and so's Maryville.
Yeah, I mean, our girls team last year finished 22nd ranked in the USBC. So, you know, that's just in itself is kind of like high watermark for us. It's like, you know, we're starting to be considered in the mix, and you know, we're definitely continuing the same path, and it's, you know, it's just a really good thing.
Do the Russos run Maryville now?
Yes.
Yeah, you got a lot of competition.
Lauren's done a great job over there, and
You got 4 really good programs, all within 20 miles of each other,
Right.
30 miles. So
And like Donnie said, what's so good for someone like me and Don, I wish I had more time where I could give back more to the kids. But the experience that we have and the experience that Don has, it's got to be a great feeling to be able to give them your knowledge and your support and see them also improve their time with you the 4 years that you've got them.
and even after, you know, I mean, that's the one thing that being a little bit of a smaller group and a smaller university, I don't want to have the large rosters where we've got 30 or 35 kids on either side where we're fighting for spots. And I want my kids to have aspirations that everybody has a chance to get to varsity depending on how much they put into it. But you're right, Rich. It's a little different, from when we were all competing and beating heads against each other and bowling as teammates in a lot of these events. A lot of these kids that I've worked with now, they're still my friends. They still bowl league with me. I've got a couple of kids that graduated that help out in the pro shop. It becomes family.
Keeps you feeling young too, Don. It has to. Yeah. Hanging around these young kids.
A little bit.
And they look up to you. They look up to you. So.
Yeah, it's like the one thing that for a lot of us, the physical game deteriorates, but, the passion never changes. You wake up in the morning. That's one thing that I'm so blessed with every single day, that I wake up and my world is bowling. I still try to compete a little bit. The pro shop keeps me busy. The college team takes up the rest of the time. So, it's like my dad told me when I was a little kid, you ever find something you love, it won't feel like work.
That's exactly right.
Exactly right.
And that's the thing that just keeps me going.
So
and that's what keeps me on. So.
You're a lefty. I'm watching, and I haven't seen a ton of left-handers. When the lanes are hard like this, lefties are probably at a big disadvantage because you're not going to have the traffic on your side. You're not going to get that. Eventually, this right side is going to blow up, and there's going to be a hook spot somewhere. And I haven't seen very many left-handers, but I would have to imagine that when you start out and you don't have it from the get-go, you're not going to have it pretty much the whole time. You got to, grind and get what you can. You're not going to ever get a hook spot that's going to develop like it's going to happen on the right side eventually. So
I agree with you 100%, no doubt.
Absolutely, yeah. And I remember when we bowled on this pattern, when the first iteration of the tournament was out here on the older surface that we had out here, it was some tough sledding at the beginning, and fortunately you got to be able to be super accurate on the left side and try to keep the ball in play.
I remember you came out and practiced that 5 years ago when they put this pattern out.
Right, yeah, we all practiced.
You came out and you remember, like, none of the left-handers did any good the day of the tournament, but one left-hander went to the gutter and actually had a really good look. You remember that? I forget who it was, but he made him look easy and actually bowled really good, and you were like, I wasn't out there when I was practicing the other day.
Right.
They seemed to be a little different when the tournament rolled around. But, I don't think playing the gutter is a great recipe here today. But on the left side, who knows? You guys, there ain't going to be a great look on that side, that's for sure.
He's got one of the young girls down there actually from the Imperial area is actually throwing backup. I had one of my girls that threw backup for 4 years, and she's actually scoring pretty well. She's in the rookies division, doing pretty darn good. I'm watching her. She's over about 17 and 18 right now, so she's having some success in keeping the ball in play.
So the collegiate program now obviously is in its summer break.
Yep.
When do you guys kick back up, when the kids get back into school?
We're part of the NAI, so we can't really do anything as a group until September 1. That's our cutoff. We get 24 weeks of competition, but September 1 is when we kick off, and then that following weekend is when we do our team trials. We do it, similar to what Junior Gold is. It's kind of fun. We bowl 5 games on 5 different patterns over the course of 4 days. That kind of helps us divide the team up and gets our pecking order of who's going to get to travel with the varsity for the first tournament or two, and who gets to.
So you can't have any organized practices or anything now?
Can't do anything.
So the kids, if they want to work, they got to do it on their own, more or less?
Correct.
Wow. I didn't know that.
And then when will your first tournament be?
Well, we usually, there's a couple tournaments that we had bowled in the past that are in September, but I've kind of pushed that back. Our first tournament is going to be the second weekend in October. So we get about 4 solid weeks to work and get prepared. I try to balance our schedule out where we have 4 or 5, sometimes 6 tournaments in the first semester and 4 or 5 in the second semester, and balance them out pretty close, where we're doing 1 or 2 tournaments a month. It's a little harder doing it that way. We've got to travel a little bit farther sometimes, so we get to go out to Vegas for the 2 big ones, the 2 tier 1s out in Vegas, which kind of wrap up the first semester and try to get us ready. Everybody kind of looks at me like I'm crazy. It's like, why do you go all the way out to Vegas for those 2 tournaments? It's like, well, it helps us prepare. I mean, those tier 1 tournaments are the ones that we're going to be bowling against the top teams in the country. And if you want to be one of those teams, you've got to be comfortable bowling against those teams.
Are there any rules as far as recruiting? Like, can you communicate?
For NAI, there are not. I can just about talk to anybody, and I can, talk to these kids that are junior high kids and start that connection. And
Oh, that's
one
good.
thing that's great. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a little different than NCAA.
So NCAA rules are different. Different communication.
Especially, primarily for the girls, and they really can't even communicate. So I'm sure, if you talk to Sean about that, he'll give you.
And then for your program too, don't you try to take the guys and the ladies? Don't you guys normally travel together, bowl the same tournaments?
Almost all the time. We travel in a group, of 14 or 16 athletes, and go to the same tournaments with both guys and girls. So.
And then Mike Solovic helps you also, right?
Yeah, he's my assistant coach, and then I've got several coach helpers, that are helping out either with practice or helping with the JV guys, Andy Klein and Dakota Phelps. They're both graduates of our program, and then Scott DeBoe is actually going to be coming aboard and helping us out. And Randy Lightfoot, formerly of Lindenwood, helps out with us with practice now.
Didn't know that. Well, that's good to hear.
So he helps out when he can and gives our guys a little bit of guidance. So we're doing what we can.
Now, when you actually go to the tournaments, aren't you mainly with the ladies, and then Mike's normally with the guys?
Correct.
And are you going to add anybody else this year?
At this point, right now, we're not. We're just really kind of holding where we're at. I know I've got some guys that are bowling senior PBA tour that have kind of inquired. Some local guys. I know John Marsala has talked about maybe trying to help out. I know he was helping Tommy Martin out down at Missouri Valley, but unfortunately Missouri Valley's program is no longer. So, Johnny and I have talked a little bit about him, maybe if he wants to come out and help with it, just having that PBA perspective. I mean, he's a good friend of mine, and he's really done some great things out on the senior tour, and, been able to finally get out there and show how good he is. So.
Well, that's good. That's good. And you said that's why we wanted to get you in. You said you're going to head out here in a little bit.
Actually,
you're going to do some recruiting.
I'm going up to Chicago. It's a real good group, for a lot of these young athletes. One of the groups that I've been a part of since its inception is called Recruit Us. It's a really good recruiting group. They have like 3 websites that they have. It's College Bowling Connection and bowling recruits that they have that the kids post videos to all the time. But this Recruit Us group is a national group. Billy Gasson is a part of it. Super good names in bowling that are a part of it, that allows the athletes to get in front of a bunch of college coaches at one time. It's kind of like Junior Gold with a little bowling tournament attached. So each coach gets to have a little booth set up and get to have the athletes all come through, and we give our spiel and kind of talk about the good things that we can present from our university, and then we get to watch them bowl, and they do a little bit of a little clinic afterwards that the kids get to sign up for, and the coaches get to show how they coach and their coaching style, and then they become part of the database. So coaches that are part of the group get to reach out and look at all of these kids from across the country, and vice versa. The kids all get to look at the programs that are available. They can go in and they can type in, hey, I'm looking for a college that has engineering, which everybody knows that's a hard one to find. But that gives you a list of all of those colleges that have those programs that have your major, which is really a great tool. I really speak highly of their events, and they're really organized. Dennis Strohmeyer is the guy that leads it up, and he does a phenomenal job. They've got an event up in Chicago this weekend tomorrow, and I'm going to drive up, and there's about 20 colleges that are going to be represented, and see if we can get some good kids to make
sounds really
a
good.
4-hour trip back down to
Sounds really
St.
good.
Louis. So.
Yeah, and that's how you grow your program. You know that.
Yep.
And then
the
do you
effort.
do you normally go to Junior Gold?
Yes,
too?
I'll have a booth out at Junior Gold. We've been doing that for about 5 years. I've actually been fortunate enough to snag a couple of really great athletes. One of my ladies, Captain, we met at Junior Gold the first time. She's from Kennewick, Washington, and I've gotten a couple of other kids that have joined us just because of the connections made through Junior Gold. So, that's
Steve,
super good.
you've never seen or went to a Junior Gold, have you?
No, I
Are those things not huge?
It's a zoo.
Oh,
It's a zoo.
but I mean they're so huge.
Yeah.
The turnout.
Yeah, it's,
How many kids are bowling those now? I know when.
3 to 4,000 is what they estimate.
Okay, that's
So- and
yeah. I didn't know
that's-
if it was any
yeah.
more than that now.
Yeah, we
I
didn't
know
have- we
when
didn't have that when we were kids.
Andrew's first
We
one
didn't
that he
have that when
bowled in, there was over 3,000
have that.
3,000 kids.
Not
yeah.
like that.
we had this, but we didn't have that.
Yeah.
All right, I got a question for you guys. Watch this young man on 28. He just left at 2.8. Is he throwing urethane or reactive? Because he's been hitting the pocket pretty well. The
That
way
looks
the
like
ball
a black.
doesn't change
That looks like a black.
level, maybe.
Yeah, I
was
couldn't
thinking,
really.
I was thinking it was a black hammer.
But he had
Let's see if I can look and see what color the logo is.
He had packed the first like 3 or 4 in a row. He really had a good look. I probably cursed him, but the ball wasn't changing direction, and I thought, wonder if that is
Is that an IQ?
The ball's not changing directions.
Looked like lettering was orange.
Yeah, it did.
That
it
could
did.
that could be an
Kinda hard to
IQ
tell.
tour.
Could be an old turbo, Connie's turbo from 1986.
That ball was good to me. that ball was so good to me. I think I averaged in 1982. I think I averaged 234 with that ball.
You had the white label though.
Yeah, I had both. I had the white one and the red one. The orange one that was polished.
Most people like the white label
Do
better.
you guys know what the difference was?
Yeah,
Me
one was
being in
white,
the
the other
business.
one was
No.
They tried to copy the Cobra, was it? Was the Cobra
Well,
had white?
nah,
with
I think
orange?
that was part of it. But what was the main reason for them changing to the orange label?
I have no idea.
Do you know
More
that?
visible on TV.
No. If you look back, the majority of the white labeled turbos were constructed to be all pin in. And then Ebonite started learning what they needed to do to intentionally create pin outs. Because when they would drill the pin, they would drill them at a slight angle. So the orange labels were produced so that they were more pin out. And then they started marking the boxes. But the original, that doesn't mean you might not have saw a few pin outs, but the original white label, the majority of them, if they were poured pure, were all pin in.
Donnie in
How about that?
'95, he won a team shootout, remember? And 4 of the 5 guys on our team were throwing urethane. But one pansy had to throw reactive. You remember who that was?
I don't know. It's some guy I think is.
4 of us were able to knock down the pins without having to rely on that reactive stuff.
I don't remember which one of us it was.
two left-handers throwing a turbo.
I think
Yeah.
that was me.
It
Two
was.
left-handers were throwing a turbo with the white label. We had
Yep.
Kevin Mullins using a yellow dot the whole day.
I was throwing my orange piranha.
No, you weren't. You were throwing some hammer thing.
No, I started off throwing the orange piranha, and then when we got over here, I was throwing the half
That's when
resin
we bounced
purple
different houses.
purple
Yeah.
hammer. But see, so even then, I thought I used to get a decent amount of revs on it. I guess I was showing my true colors even back then.
Mullins threw a yellow dot. I remember that all day.
Didn't we go back though for the finals over at Plaza?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
last 3 were. Yeah, that was
And
fun time.
and both mom and pops were back there. And I wasn't.
I remember the whole conversation because Grandma was there too, and we kept saying that we didn't want one of Richie's propellers to fall off the helicopter.
Well, what I remember was the lane started to get fried, and we bowled the team. We were basically almost like tied for first. And the game before position round, which back then you bowled 10 games. So I would say game 9, we drew the end pair, and we bowled against a bunch of guys from St. Louis who were basically second arrow burglars. And the lanes were fried, and I remember we shot like 1,300, and they shot like 900. So it went from like...
well, the lanes weren't hard. You just had to move in.
You had to play way in. Don and Mike Durkis were killing them. You, me, and Mullins, you know, we were a little more adapted playing in. But we shot a huge 9th game, and we went from being basically about even to having about a 400 pin lead. And that's when you drew for pairs.
And we drew that pair again.
So I went to the front desk and we drew the same pair, and I just remember you going, "Okay, I'll get a cocktail."
Well, that's what I was
think
going
we're
to say.
safe the last game.
I figured we had it in the bag, so if you remember, I had to go back and get a Michelob.
Yeah, there you go.
Sometimes we're made for
There
Michelob.
you go. Well, we got the ball, fellas. I got terrible news for you. We drew the same pair.
Oops. Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
I don't know why you haven't written a book yet, Stevie, with the amount of knowledge and the memory.
If people would read it,
Oh, they
I got
would. That'd
funny
be a great
stories.
coffee table book, man. You just need somebody to sit in the back room with a recorder and get all these stories and get them down before they disappear. Or, you know.
I remember reminiscing and make it quick. A few years later, when we had a good run, we won a Western a few times. And I'll never forget the one time where we barely snuck in and made the cut. And there was an ice storm. And my wife called. My kids were both little, and she said, "The roads are terrible." And I said, "Honey, don't even think about driving down here. We got no chance. We're 12th. We barely snuck in. Don't waste your time."
And I think we had
Blah,
won
blah,
the year
blah.
before.
We had, and you two were both struggling. You changed to some kind of ball. You were a Brunswick guy at the time, and you shoot 800 the next 3. Went from just being a little off and just destroying him. He shoots close to 800. Bottom line is the last game, we went from being out of it. We're leading with a game to go, and that's when Reynolds says, these lanes are so hard. We got to draw. Let's use a pair that we haven't been using. Remember that?
Yep.
A fresh
These lanes
pair.
are hooking too much, and you were like, "Oh no, wait a minute!" But they made us bowl that last game on a fresher pair because Reynolds said, "Oh, these lanes they're impossible." Like, well,
That's what we signed up for.
yeah. Well, and we ended up having to bowl that last game on a pair that wasn't as burnt.
Right.
We still found a way to get it done, but yeah, those were fun times.
Yeah, that was a huge comeback.
What ball do you go to? Green Command something? It was a green Brunswick thing. You destroyed them, and you shot.
I think it might have been in Command Zone Arc.
It was a green ball.
No, it might have been the blue one, the blue Command Zone Arc.
It was a greenish, and you went from like not having much to just destroying them last 3. He destroyed them last.
Or was
3.
that Power Torque? Was that a Columbia Power Torque?
No, you were throwing you were a Brunswick guy at the time.
Well, he wasn't. I don't think he was.
Yeah,
I don't think you were signed with
Yes,
him,
you were.
but you liked a lot
No,
of
no.
Brunswick.
I
The
thought you
only time I was ever signed was when Slemmer gave me the Storm contract
So
after
you
I
were not
averaged
on Brunswick staff.
256.
You just used a lot of Brunswick
Yeah.
stuff. Thought you were Brunswick. You used a lot of Brunswick then at that time. But yeah, fun times.
Yeah.
Fun times.
Crazy. Yeah, I still. You were talking about the early days when we were all throwing, the plastic and urethane. I still have the old Shore D that I won my only JBC or Junior Archway down at Western.
You have it at Concord, don't you? On
Yeah,
display
hanging
in
on the
your-
wall
yeah.
at Concord.
Is it still a one piece?
It is. And half the time I have to rotate it so that the ball cup doesn't embed itself
Yeah,
into the
stick to
ball.
it for full time.
I'll never forget, I tried using that in a regional back then because we had to go through the shops. So McLaren always used to tell us we had to come in and get our stuff checked before we went out of town because he didn't want any of the St. Louis guys getting in trouble with a ball that didn't. And I pulled that Shore D out of the bag and he hit it with a durometer and it was like 48.
Didn't you shoot 700 with that ball like in the traveling league not that long ago? Like at High Point or
Yes,
something?
yeah.
Yeah, did you hear that? The lanes were like really nasty and he took his short. This was like when Dustin and Rockland and all them were bowling. You took a short D within the last 10 or 15 years and you were like the only guy that bowled any good. And you pulled out a short D and shot like 700.
Right.
And the lanes were like really squirrely.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. Every once, I still pull the old stuff out. I mean, I got an old bleeder, and I've got an
Cheater,
LT40.
that ball was outlawed in 1974.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have been allowed to
But
throw
I
that
still
ball.
pull it out, and I try to make the college kids try to throw it or watch me throw it. And it does not do much, even on the wood lanes of Concord. But
your seventh
it's still
and
kind of fun. Still fun. But yeah. So it's good watching all these kids, and the thing that's kind of cool is like I'm not seeing like we had guys that we bowled with all the time. You mentioned a couple names that were known for their mental meltdowns. I'm not seeing any of
No,
these
these
kids
kids are
getting
a lot more
frustrated.
mature
They're,
than-
they're struggling.
They're a lot more mature than we were. We'd been kicking stuff. No, seriously. I mean, you look back. We had great parents, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I look back at some of the stuff that I did as a kid, and I really cringe.
Yeah.
You know, and I think, why didn't mom or dad just discipline me more? I'm not gonna lie to you. I remember we grew up on a Redbird.
Yeah.
They got the new ball returns.
Yeah.
I don't know what year
Yep.
it was, but they had the brand new ball returns and the Brunswick mask unit. They had the lights that kind of lit
Right.
up, and they had brand spanking new ball returns. And I had just got a brand new pair of Lins, and they were blue, royal blue. And I kid you not, they weren't customs, but the paint was still wet on them. It must have been. I go to league and I start kicking the ball return,
Leaving
and there's
blue
blue
stripes.
streaks everywhere. Daryl Hurd comes down and says, "Hey, look at that, you did that." And I'm looking, and I got streaks. I'm like, "No, I didn't do that." Even though I'm missing blue, I mean, I got like blue missing. So Pops comes in, and Daryl goes up to him and goes, "Your son did all that." And he goes, "These are brand new, blah, blah, blah." Well, they got a thing of soap and a thing, and they made me go down there.
They
I
cleaned
could
it.
not get it off. It never came off.
Yeah.
And, you know, I thought to feel so bad and guilty, that was actually a wake-up call. But we laugh about it now, but these kids don't act the way we did. Much
Well,
more
but I mean, you gotta
mature.
remember too. I mean, we had one of the most fierce competitors that was on TV kicking foul lights.
Yeah.
But Marshall, I mean, it's like that's what we grew up as
Well,
idolizing.
even my dad wasn't
I knew
a
you liked him a lot.
demonstrative guy, but back in that era, guys in the 70s, they disliked each other. I think now a lot of the bowlers, like even bowling on the tour, they're friends. You know, of course they want to win, but I don't think it's that blood and guts. Some guys in the 70s and that we grew up with, my father, Don Helling, Norm Meyer, they didn't like each other.
Yeah.
There was actually true
I think
animosity.
I think I remember a story that your dad and Norm were bowling a match, and Norm thought that there was no way that your dad could beat him.
Yeah, that was a regional tournament. It was a great story. Apparently, my dad was the tournament leader. My grandpa was in the bar getting a drink or a soda, and Norm Myers came in. My dad and Norm did not like each other, and my grandpa heard Norm say he had just won the match before, and he was going to bowl my dad for the title. He made a comment that Murph's a choker. If I get out in front of him, it's over.
Well, I'm old enough to remember. I was down there. You were too, but
So
I was there. This is a great story.
Pops leads off. He's the tournament leader. He bowls on the left lane. He leads a 4-9. Goes 9 out. Myers goes strike, and comes walking off the approach. And back then, McLaren was like Bobby Golden was on TV. He's the tournament director, so he was sitting down, you know, with the bowlers. And Myers walks off the approach and looks at Mac and says, "Give me
over.
the check."
It's over.
That's what he says. "Give me the check." So Pop ends up going sheet for 279, and as he walks off, he looks over at McLaren and says, "Don, give him his check. It's a second place."
Yeah.
I think there were some other words used. I had
Yeah.
to keep it PG, like 13, but
Yeah. Hey,
Oh
Rich-
yeah, there
Richie-
was no love lost between those two and
Helling.
Helling. Pops
Yeah.
didn't get along with Helling very good either.
Your dad was very resourceful with his words when he was displeased. I can remember one night we were bowling the Masters League, and Richie probably remembers this. I was bowling in the leadoff spot and had left like 5-7 pins in a row. And when I left the 6th one, I stood up and I punched.
that wasn't
the
St. Anne.
ceiling.
You're not talking about St. Anne by
St.
chance.
And the ceiling towel disintegrated all over the approach. And all I did, I turned around, and Pops is just sitting there, and he looks back at me and he goes, "That ain't good."
Not good.
That's
That ain't good. Yeah.
good stuff.
And I'm sure we can all look back at one point in our career. We have that one moment. Because I can remember, I used to be a little bit more demonstrative, or I was a little loud.
Not Donnie the Bug Zapper.
The bug zapper would come out when I needed it, and Dad always, Dad always would come up to me and he'd say, "Tom," he says, He says, let your ball do the talking. He says, sneak up on them. Don't even let them know you're in the building till you get the check. Right? I never have forgotten that. I don't know if it calmed me down a little bit more or not, but I try to be a little bit more respectful, and
The year we bowled together, that was, you were a family man then, Don. You had 2 little kids. You weren't as into bowling, and Richie was a captain for the first time. And I don't even know if you know the whole story, but we were super close friends with Bart Castelli. Bart was a good buddy of ours. They traveled together bowling regionals. We were in Bart's wedding, and the draft rolls around. And again, you weren't bowling much at the time, but we knew each other from Redbird. They never bowled with each other up to that point. And I just remember it's the last round, and you're on the board. And I just remember Rich was like, I got to take Bart. We're super good friends, and my dad just I will never forget. He said, "You got to take Griffin." And I know that put you in such a hard spot.
Yeah,
and
but Pops was right.
Well, no, and so Rich looks at me, and I said, I'll never forget. I said, "Come on, Rich. You got to take Donnie." And obviously, we had a really good team, and you bowled unbelievable that year. I remember that. Just killed them.
that was the year that Richie refused to take his.
Wouldn't get his. And you didn't make the All-Star team because of the bug sample.
Right.
Yeah, but I refused to get in the picture.
Right.
Well, my teammate should have been in there
was
too,
like second or
and
third in average.
they didn't vote him in.
That was the day when you voted for it wasn't a stat-based thing, and Donnie ruffled a few feathers back then. Probably slapped a few too many off of people's faces, so he got left off a few ballots probably for that reason.
It might have been 1 or 2 guys.
Fun times, though.
And I had a few frescas that night, and I refused to get in the picture.
That's right. Little Dougie Buer was on that team.
Yep.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Well, look at this little guy on 28. I love that. Oh, yeah.
You see the last name, don't you?
Well, let's be honest. If that would have been us at that age, we would have kicked the ball return.
You see his last name?
Yeah,
I wonder if that is
sure it is.
former
Gotta be.
athlete that we knew.
But look at that. Spare ball, running up there, picking it. Clean through 4 and a tough shot, and he's left-handed.
Yep.
That's impressive. I love it.
Well, guys, I'm going to step out for a second. Donnie, good luck this year.
Thank you
and
very
Mobap.
much. Thank you.
Safe travels up to Chicago.
Absolutely. Congrats for another fantastic season for Mary. She's been a force, man. She's bowling really good.
Well, I don't. I appreciate that, and Mary didn't want Andrew to put anything on Facebook, but did you hear what Mary did a few weeks ago at the Peterson?
I did.
So I don't know why she didn't want anybody, for Andrew to put it on Facebook, but
Was Dalton a part of your group too?
yes.
Yeah. So yeah.
But I was debating on going up to watch because I haven't bowled in the last few years, and but I had too much stuff going on. But now I regret not going up there. So for the people that don't know, Andrew's one of the squad sponsors now, and she went up there with Andrew, and we all know how demanding those lanes are. And she got out of the. She had bowled it a couple years ago, so she knew what to expect. But she got out of the gates with $1.33. But after game 8, she was +1. She had 16.01, so she averaged almost 210 the last 7 games. Andrew said she was putting on a clinic. Her low game after the first game was 190.
Yeah.
And they got home late that night. The next morning, she was sitting at the kitchen table eating her breakfast, and I told her, I gave her a hug and congratulated her, and I told her, I go, well, Mary, you just did something your father never did. She goes, what's that? I go, I never had 1,600 at the Peterson. I go, the best I ever did, and the scores were higher one of these years. This was still at the original place. I barely made the top 100, and I had 1589 with a blue dot. And I bowled that tournament for over 30 years. That's the closest I ever got. And so let's hope she hangs on. Obviously, the tournament's just started, but either way, what a phenomenal run. So I appreciate all the kind words, and she's going to have to go through the PTQ next Tuesday. She signed up for the U.S. Open. She bowled the U.S. Open last year and hit the pay window. There was no PTQ because me and Andrew went to Indianapolis to watch her and Andrew's girlfriend bowl. And I'm hoping to go to Lincoln, Nebraska now next week, but I gotta sit tight because we gotta, keep our fingers crossed that she gets out of the PTQ. Right. But no, thanks for all the kind words.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the future's
really
not
bright.
Because she's my daughter, but the future's bright for her.
It really is. She throws the ball phenomenal, and she's had a lot of good direction. So she's a good kid. She's always, every time we've had interaction, she's always just been just super polite, kind, and I know it's partly because we've known each other since she was a little bitty kid, but it's just still, she's just, you guys have done right. So, same way with Andrew. They're just both good kids. So, congrats on that. So.
Well, thank you.
And thanks for the kind words for our program. I mean, it always helps. We had kind of fun thing that happened up here this year. We practice up at St. Charles in the morning time, and we got a couple of celebrities that practice up here with us every once in a while with Brad and Kyle. And they actually did one of their videos. They did a little challenge match against my guys and girls captain this year that went kind of a little bit viral, and it was kind of neat to let them see what that side of the spectrum looks like, and it's fun. But yeah,
Very good.
see, we have some of the younger kids coming through now on the live stream pairs. So that's
Yeah, I
kinda neat.
wonder what division this is here on the live stream.
It's got to be close to got to be getting some of the majors and rookies.
You know what division these are, Todd?
Majors and rookies, some of them. Yeah.
I don't know for sure. I'll run class at 20.
Right. Yeah, I wish we would have had some live stream events like this when we were bowling, that we still had some video. I know I still freak out when I still remember seeing the commercial that you did when you were the very first collegiate and bowler of the year for St. Louis in the same year. Yep, when that made the news. That was really cool, Steve. So I remember seeing that.
He'd do it if they'd let him. Flanagan live stream beat us.
Right.
Like if he gets a really loaded squad.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool.
He said he'd take his equipment up there. I think
Do you want to jump back in? You got to get going too.
I'll grab Sean. You want to get Tommy Jones?
I can stay in for a little longer. Yeah.
Want to grab Tommy Jones next? Or Sean? Sean back to the two.
You don't want to talk to Tommy just for a second?
I gotta go. Actually.
Oh, I thought you had some questions for him. I need to get out for a second too. So.
Well, like I said, who do you want me to grab? I'm off the walk. Who do you want me to get?
Well, why don't you dive back in for a second?
Last call for the volleyball raffle. Hammer Black Widow Mania. Last call. Come up there and ask if you want more tickets.
Alrighty, folks. Sorry for that delay, but staying with the collegiate programs here, we have another fine program in the St. Louis area, McKendree University, and to my right, one of my good friends now. He helps us out at the shop, Mr. Sean Bybee. We'd like Sean to be here with us so he can talk about his program. And then alongside Sean, we have a McKendree alumni, graduated, last year, Jeremy? In 2024. So I'm going to let Sean talk about his program because he's affiliated with the ladies program, and of course they are NCAA. So good afternoon, Sean. How's everything going?
Not too bad, Richie. Appreciate you kind of tying me in. Took some time out this morning to see some of the local talent. Really good to see some of these kids actually bowling on some. Really good to see them bowling on some tougher patterns. Sorry about that, guys. So it's kind of the exposure we need here in the city. But yeah, going into my third season as the women's head coach over at McKendree. It was kind of a cool deal. I was getting out of one job, moving into another, and had the opportunity to come back to my alma mater. Graduated in 2016 and got my master's in 21 from McKendree. So been excited to kind of take over from the O'Keeffes. Obviously, they went up in they started the Stout program at Jacksonville State, and I've been able to come in, kind of take over the reins and continue the rebuilding process a little bit, but now moving into our third year for that.
Yeah, it's some big shoes to fill.
Big shoes to fill, and that's something I get all the time when I walk around crowds and we talk about our university, but there's two ways to look at it. I got big shoes to fill, or I can kind of put my own on. So I love what the O'Keeffes have done. I came in under their tutelage for a couple years, but trying to put our own footwork out there too. So.
Well, so far you guys are doing a really good job. And we were talking to Don because MOBAP is, what is their actual title? For the ladies, you're NCAA.
Correct.
For that program, what is that, NI?
So I believe they are NI or NAIA and
Okay.
US/USBC. So USBC is that overall governing body of college bowling, and then there's divisions. So you have NAIA, which is obviously the opposite NCAA, same premise, different organizations. Then you have the NJCAA. It's National Junior College Athletic Association, so there's some small schools like that. But those are kind of like the big three divisions, so to speak, and then you have club teams.
And then the rules are different for all those different programs. Like we were just asking Don. Don said they will not be able to get back together until September 1st. Now he said he can talk to the kids though, where I think it's a lot different for your program. Is that correct?
So NAIA/USBC/JUCO, I'm not an expert on their rules, but for NCAA, June 10th, going into your junior year is our day when we can start communications on an athletic base. So if you have a college freshman, or sorry, high school freshman right now, high school sophomore, it is June 7th. So here in 3 days, that sophomore into their junior year, you can start that communications on the athletic base. Anything beforehand, if they reach out to you about the team, you can't communicate. But if they come through your booth at an expo, you can talk about the academics, but it can't tie into that athletic-based conversation.
And now through the summer, when will you be able to start practicing again for the next upcoming season?
So our girls, from my understanding, and it's kind of what I kind of do on a conservative aspect, but if my girls have already signed and they've bowled with me in college, we can work on a volunteer basis. So any of my freshmen or anybody returning, if they're like, hey, coach, you're coming through town, do you mind if you work with me a little bit? That's allowed. You can't make anything mandatory. But now at Junior Gold, I've signed 8 freshmen for this upcoming year. 4 of them will be in attendance. We can kind of talk about some things, but I'm not really allowed to coach them. As well as when they're competing, I can't actively coach them. That's kind of the premise there too. I can't approach any student athletes while they're bowling until the competition's over. So it's a whole different kind of rule set, whereas somebody at a club or USBC who's not NCAA related can actually actively speak with student athletes when they're competing. So it's a little different for us. It has to be a little more conservative.
That was going to be one of my next questions, if you are going to Junior Gold.
Yes, I will be. So it's going to be a long 9 days, but it's a very fruitful 9 days. It's in Green Bay this year. With the combination of the women's stop up there, our assistant coach Brianna's up there, so I will probably drive up that Thursday, kind of do some scouting on Friday during the practice sessions with some of our girls who are inbound to McKendree. Kind of see a little bit so that way if they have any questions when they're done, they can talk to me about it, kind of get my input, because I can't actively help them when they're competing. But they can ask questions. I can kind of provide some information there if they want to. And then we have the trade show on that Saturday.
As I said, will you have a booth
Yes.
there then also?
Yep,
Yeah.
so we'll have a booth. It's a 10-hour duration, so it's a bit there. I'll have some of my returners with me, as well as some of my incoming student athletes will be around the booth, helping out a little bit, trying to help, because we have, I think it's like 1,400 or 1,300 U18 girls in particular will be coming through there, checking in. So you got to have as much help as possible.
For a lot of these kids that are out here bowling right now, some of them maybe haven't bowled Junior Gold before. So if they're going to be able to hear this, and this is going to be their first year bowling Junior Gold, is that not a phenomenal experience? And Jeremy, you can kind of chime in since you were a Junior Gold bowler for quite a few years. But I had heard of Junior Gold being in the business, but Andrew's first year bowling Junior Gold was, we were talking about it at the store the other day. Would that have been 2013 or 14 when it was in Detroit the first time?
2013. So 2007, but Andrew wouldn't have bowled. 2013 would have been roughly his
That was
first
my
year.
first Junior Gold to witness it. And even then, I mean, there was over 3,000 kids
Yes.
bowling. I mean, for the bowling industry and for these kids, I mean, what a great experience that is.
Especially coming from the coaching aspect now. So as alumni, I came back and helped out a little bit with the booth, with some recruiting to help Dennis out a little bit. But now as a college coach, having exposure, primarily on the women's side, but having, I would say on average last year I had 600 kids come through my booth. The year before it was even more than that. It was probably closer to 1,000 boys and girls combined. It's a lot of information and a lot of exposure these kids can get. And then it's not just myself with a booth. There's Wichita and all the USBC schools. There's 80 to 100 different colleges. So it's a great opportunity not only for the kids to bowl, meet people from all around the country, but to come in and meet potential college coaches and see what meshes with coaching philosophies and what universities have to offer too. So
Now, with you being NCAA for the ladies, can you work together with the guys program? Like, will your booth, will like Dennis Knepper be within your, or do you have to have separate booths?
No, so we're in the same booth. It's one booth. It's one college booth. So Dennis and I, the last 2 years, have kind of split up delegations. This past year when we were in Detroit, it was really just Dennis and I. We didn't have the same contingency as we did in Indy. The year before in Indianapolis, it was myself, Dennis, 4 of our returners. Dennis is a social media assistant, so we had 7 people in the booth. But last year, it was just Dennis and I, and Mama
Sure
Connector.
I'm sure that kept you busy.
I mean, I like talking. We can all crack jokes about it, but I ran out of my voice, so it was probably a good thing for some people. But
So, Jeremy, how did you like your experience through the years bowling junior gold?
Yeah, going through high school, they were always hard, and I wasn't quite mature enough to understand what was going on the lanes, and it was a struggle. And then I went to McKendree, got a lot better, and the under-20 division wasn't quite what it was in years before because they had changed to the adult format where they had the under-20s for 2 years or 3 years be a separate event the week before junior gold, the big tournament happened. So those 2 tournaments I had went really well, finished in the top 10. But yeah, the experience at the trade show and seeing all the companies and all the schools and talking to all those people when I was in high school was probably the biggest part of junior gold, aside from bowling.
And your best junior gold was when you got into the U20 division,
Yep.
correct? And
Yep.
you were already in college, right, at McKendree, and
Yeah.
that's when you did really well, and that's when you were able to get on the junior Team USA. Correct?
Yeah, that was in Grand Rapids in 2022.
Yep.
Yep.
And congrats for that. That was awesome.
Appreciate it.
Seems like yesterday. I'm just getting a tap on the shoulder from Larry, Sean. So they want to get some other guys in here, and mainly Tommy Jones. But anything you want to add in to for your program going forward?
yeah, so moving forward this year, high hopes, trying to win the conference championship. But if you guys are interested in McKendree University, men's or women's, you guys can reach out to me. We're always open to enrollment. Men's team, quite robust. Same thing with the women's, always open for recruitment. I can be reached at sjbibee@McKendree University or mckendree.edu. If you guys have any interest in it, men's or women's, let me know, and we can kind of filter you in the right spot. So appreciate you guys. Though quick, I appreciate you guys in here.
Yeah. Good to see you again. I'm sure we will see you soon. I'll be calling for some help at the shop.
Yeah,
So.
sounds good. Thanks,
All
sir.
right, thanks, Sean.
All right. This is Larry. I'm back. I'm with Chuck Garner from Brunswick Youth Experience and Bowl for Life, and we've got special guest Hall of Famer Tommy Jones with us. Tommy, thank you and Chuck for being here. We appreciate you guys coming out, supporting what we're doing here in St. Louis with the kids in the Sports Shot bowling program. Stars of Lanes. I'm going to just kind of give you some opportunity to talk about what you're doing with Bowl for Life, with the Brunswick Youth Experience, and Tommy, how you do it. You know, I mean, your longevity on the tour, the way you've been able to be successful on the tour, give some information that the kids can maybe garner going forward.
Yeah, no problem. First off, thanks for having us. It's always fun to get out to a youth tournament and get to see the talent that's out there. You know, you got a lot of kids here that, you know, definitely are really, really talented and got some great ball rolls and good forms and things like that. So it's always fun for us to get out and get to witness some of this stuff.
Well, we appreciate you being here. I was telling one of the parents earlier that, and one of the coaches is from Cotty College, that, you know, this organization's been around. I bowled my first junior archway event, which was the Archway and the Gateway, were two separate and they came together back in 1972.
Wow.
And we had Randy Lightfoot, Steve Wunderlich, Ronnie Williams, Randy Johnson, of course Pete Weber, Rowdy Morrow. So there was, for a long time, you'd come to a Saturday morning PBA TV show, and hey, I grew up with that guy, you know, or these were guys that were a year or two ahead of us, and so it's generated a lot of incredible bowlers. I'd like to give this organization credit for creating Spencer Robarge, but he's a freak of nature, and it wouldn't have mattered where he was bowling. And he goes out to Drew Canute. He went out to Drew Knutson's place in Kansas City, and the Heart of America out there. They have an event over there called the Heart of America Tour, and it's on modified or sports shots as well. So the sports shot for the juniors is relatively new here in St. Louis. So, but look at the turnout.
Yeah, it's awesome.
You know, we'll give Tommy the credit for all the turnout today.
Yeah, of course. They're all here to see Tommy.
I don't think so. They're a little bit young for my whatever. They probably like to see the YouTubers and stuff. But they, you know, a lot of them, the really diehard ones, you can tell. They've watched a lot of bowling, and they're like me. Like when I grew up, this kid's age, I paid attention to bowling. I watched all the things, and I'm just a historian of the sport of bowling, and still catch myself, you know, scrolling through YouTube every now and then, come across some of the old ABC shows, and I'll get lost in them for 30, 40 minutes just because that was what was cool to me. And that's, you know, if you'd have told 14, 15, 16-year-old me that in 25, 30 years I'd be sitting here talking at a youth tournament that I was asked to come to by the best bowling company in the world and everything else, that I would have told you you're crazy, and been in love with that thought, and here we are. And I'm fortunate enough to have been with Ebonite Brunswick my whole entire career of bowling on tour, and had a very successful career, got to meet a lot of cool people and get to do a lot of cool things. So I'm greatly appreciated for everything that bowling has given me.
Well, I agree with you on the greatness of the company. I shot my very first 300 in 1973 with a Brunswick Black Diamond.
Yeah, there you go.
Drilled by the great Ray Orff. But it's funny because I founded the SEED organization, which stands for Select, Equip, Educate, and Develop, 9 years ago. And I went to all the bowling companies. Brunswick said, hey, we're in. And they treat our kids like junior pro staffers. Good. They can get any kind of equipment they want. They get it. They can get it about a week to 2 weeks early. And Mike Dole, Dave Wadka. These guys have been phenomenal with us and for us. They've come down and given lessons. They had Matt Ogle came in with Mike Dole. We've had Justin Bone came in with them, and we've had some people come in and do seminars. And Chuck, I mean, so you understand the other side of it, that you've bowled in professionally, you've been involved in bowling for many, many years, and now you're doing the Bowl for Life. You know, and I tell people about it because up till 2.5 years ago, I didn't even know about it, and I considered myself pretty well connected. But so we try to tell more and more people about this organization, and I got on Google, and I read the incredible background of what you did and how you founded this. And so I'd just like you to share so that people can understand what you're doing. And you know what? There's probably going to be somebody that's going to see this broadcast that can write a check to Bowl for Life.
I'm sure there are.
Yeah,
I'm sure there
so
are.
I want to encourage them after they hear about your organization to do that.
Yeah, it's it's a truly it's a passion, 100% from the heart. We're very fortunate. My wife made a very good living. I've been blessed to be with Brunswick for many, many years, and so we've done okay, working hard and trying to get where we want in life, and now we really want to give back. So we fund the foundation completely. We are a registered 501c3, so if a business would like to have a great tax write-off or become a sponsor, it's available to them. And we give back every single dollar that we raise. I don't care if it's a $100 check from somebody, it all goes to a kid. Every single dollar. And we're very blessed that we do a decent amount of merchandise sales. We sell some shirts and hats and, little stuff. And we do a good job with that. And every dollar that, if we sell a t-shirt for $20, the whole $20 goes to the foundation.
That's awesome.
So we have a business, and our business buys all the apparel, buys everything that we sell, and donates it to the Bowl for Life Foundation. So it's fun. It's fun. But I will tell you, this Brunswick Youth Experience thing is by far the I feel, Brian Graham, when we talked about doing this deal, he looked at me and he said, I know you've been in a lot of really cool situations in your life with players, helping them win an event or giving them some advice to help them win an event, and first-time titleists and majors and all kinds of things, and you got a lot of cool memories. But if we could really do this Brunswick Youth thing, it's going to be cooler than anything you ever got to do. And he was right. This is something that Brunswick gives to the sport. I attend 20 to 30 events a year around the country, youth events, and try to bring a pro to as many of them as I can. During the tour season, it's a little more difficult because they're competing, trying to make a living. But I try to bring a pro to every event with me. Brunswick funds the entire thing. They don't ask for $1 from any proprietor, any tournament organization, nothing. And it's a big, big undertaking for Brunswick. But we're just trying to give to the sport and try and encourage kids to keep bowling. Bowl competitively. Encourage the parents. This is worth it. It's worth it to bring your kids to these events, to win scholarship money, to help pay for college and do all the things they're doing, and just learn how to get better. And it's a blast. I love doing it, and it truly is one of the coolest things I've ever gotten to do.
I love it. And when Mike Dole started talking to me about the possibility of getting me introduced to you, getting on your calendar, I shared it with the JVC, and I shared it with the two guys that I had take over seed for me. And we all just was like, we got to make this happen. I mean, this is huge. And Tommy, as far as kids, they definitely know who you are. Okay, they definitely know because these kids here, they strive for excellence. and you have exemplified that. You know, and you said something else. You've been with, you know, with Brunswick your whole entire career. You know, Ebonite and the brand. I watch these younger kids come in. They light the tower, and the next year they're in a different ball brand. Well, my mom and dad taught me something a long time ago. You got to be careful on burning bridges, because especially in the bowling business, there's only
It's 3 brands.
Yes, 3 brands.
So-
And bowling, it's a small. So many people bowl, but it's a very small industry when it comes to that side of it.
The
So,
business side.
yeah, the business side. So if you, you know, for the kids out there that are loyal to the brands, I get that's probably one of the most asked questions I get from higher end bowlers is like, how do I get on staff and how do I, you know, move this stuff up? And, you know, what in bowling, somebody's always watching. So if you continue to bowl good and you feel like you're not getting recognized, just keep doing what you're doing. You'd be surprised how many people are watching out there. If it's Chuck or I here that's at a youth tournament, we see a kid and, you know, oh yeah, I remember that name, I saw that, and you just make like a mental note, and then down the road we'll get an email from one of the sales reps or something, say like, have you ever come cross paths? Like, yeah, that person was had a really good ball roll and was a good bowler back then, and just was a stand-up human being, and then it goes a long ways, and you know, then you'll be able to hopefully start your career on the right path and can lead to something that I'm very proud of, that I've been with the same company for my entire career and never switched.
Yeah, I think that says a lot about not only the company, but it says a lot about you. And I mean, my dad had a great saying: if it's not broke, don't try fixing it. You know, just go with it.
Yeah, there's plenty of times that things will seem like the grass is greener on the other side, but that may be the case till the next storm. But you know, whenever something comes across it, you know, it's just not going to be that way. So I am the relationships I've built. I mean, I've known Chuck since I was 17 years old bowling regionals and bowling against him, to him being my ball rep, and then now being an ambassador for Brunswick. But more importantly to me, he's a friend of mine that, you know, we'll talk, you know, on and off the lanes here and there and things like that. So it's just you know, the relationships you make, that's what makes bowling such a cool sport.
Well, that's said very well. You know, Chuck, how many of these events do you do a year? About 30?
Between 25 and 30. Between 25 and 30. We see a lot of good bowlers. We get to create a lot of memories for us, for the kids.
Well, you've done
for
that
the parents, and it's just fun. It's just fun. And I want to go back to Tommy's point that he made a few minutes ago. You know, we've known each other for a very, very long time, since he was a young man. And to this minute, one of the coolest events ever that I got to be a part of. And I just watched the show a couple weeks ago because someone sent it to me. The week that Tommy got inducted in the Hall of Fame, and then bowling 300 and winning that tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me tell you something, man. There was my entire family was there, because I was fortunate enough that year to win an award with the PBA, so I was there. So my family was there, from, you know, my daughter, my son, his wife, my whole family was there. So they all sat on the show that day, and they all got to watch someone that they've seen since they were little grow up with them, because Tommy's similar age to my daughter, and so she got to watch him live a dream.
Oh,
Like,
and it's amazing.
what could be more of a dream than getting inducted in the Hall of Fame, and then to beat down Chris Barnes? Like, that was big, right? Because those two have a gigantic, fun rivalry. But I will tell you, Tommy does not want Chris Barnes to have more titles than him.
No, and I asked him about that on earlier. I said, is it 33 people? Only 33 people, I think, is what they posted just last week. Only 33 people have ever done it on national TV for the PBA. And he's one of them.
Yeah.
You know, and I know that Belmo's got 2 or 3, and Vi's got 3 for sure. And so, I mean, that's a very small, exclusive list of people who've done something really incredibly great. And you know, we hear these kids, you know, they say, well, it's a lot harder on the sports chart. It's a lot harder here. I said, well, imagine what it's like under the lights, the pressure and the lights changing the conditions of the lane and the environment of the lane and people all the way down the side of the lane when you're bowling and flashing cameras in your face, which they're not supposed to, but they do. You know, and they make noise and they carry on. So I mean, that's really, really impressive. It's really cool. And I sat in my living room and watched that game, you know, frame by frame, and it was like you weren't going to be denied that day. You just weren't.
Yeah, it was like my Jeter moment. You know, everything kind of comes back full circle for things that, you know, I feel like I've done a lot of things right in the sport of bowling, tried to do a lot of things for kids and clinics and things like that. Or if just a kid comes up to me and wants to, you know, talk, to make sure we give them the time. Because I know what it would have meant to me when I was their age if something like that would have happened to me. So I try to put myself back to that. And we can all get, you know, tired and be like, oh, well, you know, just kind of blow somebody off or whatever. But, you know, these kids, that's a big deal to them. And I'm glad they still want to come up and talk. And I'll be glad to give as much of my time as I possibly can to kids down the road and everything, and hope that they hopefully they get to fulfill that dream and get that feeling one time that you get when you achieve something that you work really hard for.
Well, it's just like Easton came up and go, hey, Tommy, how are you?
Yeah.
I wanted to know how he was doing. How are you doing today?
Yeah, that's awesome.
And,
that's what it's about. So, and as far as like the nervousness, I tell all the kids, like, that's the fun part. Like, I don't think that I would want to bowl anymore if I didn't have that nervousness. The nervousness, the butterflies, you know, we still get them to this day when we go to start a tournament. And I bowled however many tournaments on tour. And those first two frames are still, you know, you still got the nerves going and everything. And then it calms down and it does get better, but you know, TV goes by so fast. So those first 4 or 5 frames on TV, until you get to that commercial break, you got it feeling. That's why you see a lot of guys, once they win one game, it's pretty easy to keep going because they've already gone through that and the other person's having to start that.
Well, you know, it's I think it's funny because the kids always ask questions, you know, and I'm so thankful for the questions. But you know, they get up here, and especially in the finals, and they ask me, "Well, did you get nervous?" I said, "Yeah." Every time I got up on a, you know, it's been years, '94 since I bowled competitively. But I mean, if those butterflies weren't there, I mean, then something was off,
right?
You know. I tell a story about Ray Orff. 1992, we're bowling in a match play league in the summer. The best bowlers in the St. Louis area. I mean, studs. And I was fortunate enough to be invited into that. And I started off the season 12-0. We bowled 4 games, 3 weeks, 12-0. And Mr. Orff walked in and sat down. He never was early. Ray was just never an early bird. I mean, he'd come in last minute and, you know, throw the ball and go. And I was not cocky at all. I was very humble. And he come in and he sat down beside me about an hour and a half before the league started. And he said, hey, you've been bowling very well, haven't you? I said, yes, sir. I said, I've been very fortunate. He goes, well, and he always called me kid. One time my whole entire life, even in my 50s, he called me kid. One time he said, he called me by my name, but he said, he goes, well, you might be in trouble tonight because you got me game 1 and I feel pretty good. And so I doubled. I opened up with a double. He strikes 4 pins and goes off the sheet for 280. He felt pretty good that night. I get Leroy Barnhop behind him, shoots 300. And Chris Young shoots 300 against me. So I have 880 shot against me in the first 3. That poor 4th guy didn't have a chance when I got to him. But, yeah, so, I mean, but that whole time, it was the nerves of bowling with people like that, and I loved every minute of it, but it was great, you know, so.
Yeah, that's the fun part, you know, and you can't, crazy thing about bowling is you can't really replicate that feeling. When I was a kid, the way that I always tried to do it is, and it was, I don't know if anybody else ever did it, but I would stand on lane 16, and I would run to 32 and run back to 16 and give myself like 30 seconds to throw a shot, just because it wasn't really nervousness, but you had that heart rate going. So I don't know if that had anything to do with the way that, you know, I handled pressure down the road, but I was accustomed to bowling with an elevated heart rate.
Well, now I know that if Steve Orff had been able to sit here long, he had to go do something with his family. But I know one of the questions that he was going to ask, he was going to ask you, if you were starting out today, back just like you did when you very first got in, would you still be one-hander or would you throw with two?
I would bowl two-handed for sure. It's definitely just, and not for the power reasons, quote unquote, as much as everybody thinks. For me, it's they don't have, by the time we bowl the U.S. Open, that last round, my thumb feels like hamburger meat. Like, you know, you bowled 56 games, plus all the practice, you've lofted it some, everything else. Your thumb is just very sore. I have never ripped, in 25 years of bowling on tour, I've never ripped my fingers. But my thumb has bled numerous occasions, and it just gets sore, so that's just an advantage. You can't squeeze it in under pressure, which is a huge thing.
Yeah.
Learning grip pressure and how to keep everything the same. You know, hold the egg without breaking the egg is the way I was always taught. Like things like that, you can't teach that stuff until you're in those situations, and they don't have to do that being two-handed. So those are the biggest advantages. They've gotten way better at with their accuracy and their changing of their ball rolls and everything else, because the game has changed too. Like the game is now more about power and how hard you can throw it, how many revolutions you can put on it. Where when I first went on tour, you know, if they were a little bit hard, Walter was going to beat your brains in playing 7, and there might not have been anything I could do at 7.
Right.
But they were so hard at 15, and they were hard at 7 that his accuracy was going to, you know, it was going to win out. Same thing with Norm and those guys. But the game has just changed so much that now it's about who can create the most area and how they do it. If they can create it at the break point, you know, through the front part of the lane, it's just another advantage they have. So I would definitely be two-handed if I thought I could do it.
Well, I know that somebody asked us about the ratios, and I said it was 60 to 70% of the kids are throwing two-handed now. Somebody told me it's actually more than that. It's more like 80 to 84%.
Yeah.
Well, at this level, it definitely is.
And they also said that it's easy. Now, I found this hard to believe, but they said it's easier on your body. No.
We'll see.
I don't know, but
we'll see. We'll see.
I don't know.
It's easier. It's certainly easier on the hand, like Tommy referenced for sure. But we don't know what the long-term implications could be to back injuries and hips, and you know, we don't know, and it hasn't happened long enough for at the highest level to actually get a real read on that, what it's going to do. Osku, to be honest with you, Osku has fought a lot of injuries, man.
Yeah.
A lot. But a lot of that was self-inflicted, I think, because even though he was in unbelievable physical shape, he threw it so hard. And I think some of his shoulder problems and arm problems came from that, I think, more than being two-handed. So we'll see. We'll see if how the body reacts over years and years of doing it.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, I'm really good friends with Belmo, Simo, and Kyle, and they're, you know, Kyle takes care of his body. Kyle works out a lot. Belmo's gotten in way better shape the last 7-8 years than he's been in before. And Simo's kind of the one that's just a natural talent. And he doesn't, but he's definitely had some back issues and stuff like that. But the other stuff that goes into it, the travel, like, you know, we spend a lot of time in either cars or planes getting from one place to the next, sleeping in hotel rooms and Airbnbs and everything else. You know, it's one thing to sleep in the same bed every night and take care of your body because your body gets used to it, but something's a little bit different. You know, as you get older, you just wake up and something a little bit sore. Just could have been from that pillow, could have been from that bed. Those are all variables that you have to put into the equation that, you know, we don't know. And those guys, you know, the two-handers now, they've done a lot of traveling, especially the one like Jesper coming from overseas. But Jesper had some back issues, and he's very tall, but definitely doesn't have any extra weight on him or anything that's hurting anything. So, you know, again, like Chuck said, it's time's going to tell, and we'll see. I think you'll have the same thing. I mean, you'll have guys that like Norman Walter that pretty much went their whole career without injuries, but they didn't do it violently. So
Parker.
Parker. So you might have like that version of like Simo, who's not, you know, doesn't do it violently. Kyle doesn't really do it violently. Things like that versus a guy that does it, you know. But then you get a guy like EJ who's just pounds on it every shot. Looks like he's giving you 160% every time, and bowls all those games. And I looked at his hand, and his hand is completely fine. He doesn't have nothing. So that tells me that his fit is perfect, his grip pressure is perfect, and you know, he's got no issue with it. So just how everybody's bodies are different, and you know, it's gonna take several years before we have an actual true answer to that question.
Well, that's great, and that's great feedback. And you know, there's going to be somebody out there that's on the fence about what they should do about being two-handed, and so that's good advice for them. And that's why I asked the question. And I'm watching some of the kids here. These are our lower aged kids that are coming up, you know, the lower average kids. They look like they're struggling just a little bit with the pattern it's Olivia, really, you know, she's been throwing the ball really good. She got inside a little bit one time. What's up, young man?
A lot of good talent out there, Chuck. These
Yes,
kids
sir.
are, you know, you can just watch them and see. I typically watch their footwork and their ball roll, and then you can kind of tell from there. So once they figure some of that out, and then as they get older and get a little bit stronger, the game will get a lot easier. This little Olivia girl that's 13, two-handed, you know, she's going to get some ball speed. She already throws it harder than I do two-handed, but her ball roll is really, really, really good.
Yep. And we have some really good bowlers coming to 29 and 30 right now too. So this young lady throws it really good. There's a young lady I think on her pair wearing a Cardinals jersey that throws it pretty darn good too. So
I hope they know the Dodgers are in town, so maybe we can get the Dodgers to win a game today.
yeah, well, I don't know. They might be playing. Looks like they might get the game in, though. Doesn't look as bad as they forecasted.
Yeah, I think it's going to, unfortunately, I think it's going to get in today. I was hoping for a doubleheader tomorrow so I could get out there and watch 2 games instead of 1. It's a long pattern here, 46 feet. The kids are definitely, they're definitely learning to break down a little bit of the pairs. Decent amount of volume, 30 mils. 30 mils definitely is probably more moral than most of these kids have bowled on a lot of the time, but they seem to be handling it pretty good and getting better as the games go on.
And the low end is playing really snug. Some of the tournament directors said that that's where the colleges practice, and so they get a lot of support patterns on those what was it, 8 or 10 lanes down there, and they are really snug. But if you get far enough left, there's some hold. It'll kind of lay there.
Yeah, I think
this kid Landon had a pretty good look down on the low end, just kind of shoving it up like 18, 19. It just kind of laid there and did the right thing.
Yeah, I think like Larry said, that a little bit of the lower average bowlers start on the low end. So obviously, typically with lower average bowlers is a little bit lower rev rate, maybe younger and all the other variables. So
not using as much surface.
Not using as much surface. So that's probably why they're tighter. And if you go from up here and you bowl 2 games and follow the higher rev rate kids and higher average bowlers, and they make the flip, it can be a little bit tighter. And definitely every bowling lane is not the same, no matter the length and all that stuff. It definitely makes a big difference.
Yeah, this Olivia girl's got a chance to be pretty good.
Yeah, she's definitely got really good ball roll.
Yep. Great footwork. She's not afraid to run there. You know, if she got to get some foot speed to get there, let's get there.
Yeah.
Someone's giving her some really good advice.
I got to say thanks for that, Chuck.
Yeah?
I've been working with her for about a year and a half now, so
she's gotten some good advice from you, Coach.
She's doing real well. She's a smart young kid too, on top of it. So
She'll be going to one of the ladies' schools here down the road and making a difference in their program.
Hope I can keep her local. That'd be nice.
That'd be very nice, right?
Yeah, we practice up here on the low end. Missouri Baptist, our team practices up on 1 through 8, and I know Lindenwood uses more of this end of the house, but they have an Odyssey League that bowls up here that is all sport, and they all bowl on that lower end of the house as well in the evenings. During the summertime, it's on Wednesdays. But yeah, there's a lot more volume that's put out on the lanes on that end, and characteristically in this building, this end of the building is a lot warmer. So I know that sometimes that can impact surface a little bit more than what that end of the house does. So
all variables that you have to throw into the equation.
Yep.
Does McKendree practice here too?
No, they're over on the other side of the water.
Okay.
So they practice over by the Air Force Base.
So there are two colleges that practice here, or three?
Yeah, two. Missouri Baptist and Lindenwood.
Well, tell you one thing. Coaching here in a college program and being around these young prospects got to give you a lot of hope.
It really does.
Not just for your program, but just for our sport.
Just in bowling general.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah, we were talking with Rich Arf when he was in the booth earlier that this organization has had its roots in St. Louis for over 50 years. So it's been just never-ending and ongoing, helping to develop. And I think that they had, at one point, Rich's brother Steve, who's kind of like a real bowling nerd and statistician when it comes to stuff, he said that there are double-digit professionals that have won at the national level that have had their teeth cut in this environment in St. Louis. So
it's pretty cool.
Going back from the Leroy Barnhops and Steve Wanderlich and Pete Bolden, these when he was younger, and a lot of different guys that are definitely still bowling.
Yeah, I was talking to Rich just a little while ago. I actually never met him, or I don't ever remember meeting him. And he brought up, he said, I used to bowl a little bit down in the southern region, and we've crossed together, or been crossed next to each other a few times. He said Barb Spigner has been doing this thing. I've seen it a couple times, putting up, clippings from like regional days, and he said she put one up like a week or so ago, and he goes, and you and I finished. We both made it. You and I finished like one spot. I don't remember. One of us ahead of the other one. He goes, we're right next to each other as far as finishing. Like, that's cool. And he was telling me that they're going to be celebrating their 50th year in their pro shop this next year.
Yep.
So I volunteered Tommy and myself to come out and hang out and spend some time with them for their 50th anniversary. They've sold a few Brunswick balls in those 50 years, and
yeah, that's a lot of years in a pro shop.
Pretty happy that they're getting to celebrate that. They're going to do a big. He doesn't even know yet exactly, but they want to do something pretty grand and cool.
Yeah, they've been a staple in St. Louis for a lot of years. I actually started out I was actually one of Richie's junior league coaches when he was a lot younger. I'm about 5 years older than he is. And now we're competitors. I have a local pro shop that's at one of our centers that is down the road from them. So we still go toe-to-toe. But, they do great things in the industry. And in St. Louis, they're a household name. It's,
pretty cool.
They've been doing it for a long time.
Pretty cool. Yeah, I love these, especially a lot of the freestanding shops around the United States. Like Tom Kelly in Omaha area. There's just a bunch of them that that have been around for years and years and years, and been instrumental in getting product to people and helping them enjoy the sport more.
Absolutely.
I tell people all the time, you get the smaller people that come in and, oh, I need an 8-pound ball, I need a 10-pound ball. No, if it's fit to your hand, you know, it's pretty much kind of go with the rule of if you're kids, you get about a pound per year. And then, you know, it kind of, maybe 12, you kind of stop there and then wait till you're about 14, 15 before you move up to the next weight. But then, you know, you get the adults that come in and, oh, yeah, what pound do you bowl? What pound do you bowl with? You go bowl 12. Well, that's because that's what fits. So you can use 14 or 15. So don't be afraid to go visit your local pro shop and get them to fit a ball to your hand. And if you really want to learn about bowling and get out there and bowl competitively.
And take their advice. Let them help you. Let them help you through it. Don't go with preconceived ideas. It's really interesting when you talk to bowlers how they view their own game. I had a guy tell me one time that he threw it exactly like Chris Barnes. Exactly like Chris Barnes. He goes, I am a spitting image of Chris Barnes. And I'm like, wow. And I was going to be in his area. I can't remember. We were at Tour Stop or somewhere. And I said, hey, why don't you come out? Let me take a look at your game. Let me give you some thoughts. The guy came out. He threw it way more like Tommy Jones than he did Chris Barnes, and obviously not quite as good as either one of them by a lot. But it was just interesting how they perceive their own game.
Well, most people have never seen themselves a bowl. They've never seen a shot. They just kind of like think that that's what I think.
This is what I think I'm doing, right?
This is what,
I feel like I'm doing.
I mean, I've watched myself bowl more than a lot of people, and I still don't realize that my backswing gets up there, and I can feel like I lower it and get everything, and it feels like it's stuck at my hip, and it's literally an inch lower.
There.
It's an inch lower, you know, a half inch lower, and I feel like it's stuck at my hip. So, you know, until you film a couple shots and see what you do, I mean, that's the best way. Film a shot off your right shoulder. The legendary coach Mark Baker taught me that. Film it off your right shoulder. Film it in slow-mo. Slow it down. Make sure the swing covers, you know, the ball covers your head in the back, and, you know, then kind of analyze it from there.
Yep. And that's kind of one thing that's a lot nicer in this era, or the last 10 years really, with cell phone cameras, that people are doing that now, that when we were younger, we didn't have that opportunity. We had to have somebody standing behind us saying, hey, you need to do this or you need to do that. Yeah. And, you know, just the technology differences in the game, not only with cameras and videography, but equipment have completely turned it upside down. You know, you're talking, Chuck, about some of the things that customers come in and say. My favorite one is, I want you to drill me a ball that's going to go long and break early. or they'll say, I want to come in and I want to put my left foot on the big dot and throw it over the second arrow and strike every time. It's like, well, we can't drill those, you know? But it's always fun. But you're right, Tommy. It's just like people do not understand what they look like when they're throwing shots. So just
you get people that think they're on balance and then don't realize that their right foot steps off if they're if they're right-handed. As soon as they let go of the ball, their foot goes the other way, and vice versa if they're left-handed. So people definitely have some interesting thoughts of how they bowl.
One of the questions that I get a lot when I'm doing these types of things, it's kind of interesting, and I'm going to kind of pose this to Tommy, because a lot of people think that Jason Belmonte came over here and he was just better than everybody else. And a lot of people didn't see how hard that guy worked once he got over here and realized he wasn't as good as Tommy Jones. He wasn't good enough to even actually be on the lanes with Tommy Jones. And he was like a sponge his first year or two, trying to get input from people that would help him and would give him advice and give him some thoughts. And the guy went home and he worked really hard. And but a lot of people, because they didn't see him on TV all the time, obviously wasn't making shows. It's not easy to make shows. It's really hard to make shows on tour. But so they didn't see the evolution that that guy went through to become Jason Belmonte, right? So maybe you could kind of share, like, I mean, he was already good.
He was good, but he was out of control. Like he definitely had way too much going on. And I remember it too. We were bowling in Shawnee, Oklahoma, and I think it was like 2012 or 13. And he came back, and it was the first little stop, and he was on balance. And I said, "Uh-oh, boys, we got a problem." And it just, because he already did things, he already had the power and everything, and he was very knowledgeable. He's a smart guy, very smart individual. And he was just on balance, and I told Bill, I said, "Bill, we now have a problem." Because we had Oscar that had the power, but he also had some injuries and everything else, and he was still a little out of control. And then Belmo figured it out and put it all together, and pretty much it's been history since that. I think it was 2012, 2013, and it was pretty incredible from that point on.
And it really did stem, most of his problems he had was his balance.
Yeah.
He was out of control. He wasn't as smooth as he is today. He didn't post shots like he does today. He had a lot of doubts. Well, there's no doubts anymore. There hasn't been doubts in a long time. And even though he's not as dominant as he was 5 years ago, he's still one of the best. And he's still a threat to win every week. The guy is still a threat to win any week. And but he worked hard. And he fixed the things that he learned that he needed to fix to become the person that moved our sport.
He bowled two-handed, but he copied the one-handers with the balance and different changing his ball rolls and kind of figuring out. The one thing that the two-handers have a hard time doing is taking any off of it. They don't really. It's really hard to like
downshift.
They always have a extra gear up, but they don't have a. It's really hard to throw at 60% because you're not holding on to it.
Right.
So Simo's actually okay at it. Simo he takes a little bit of pressure out of his ring finger is what he says. But I know when he says he's doing it, it turns out to be pretty good. So I'm not going to doubt it. I mean, all those guys they're great, and you can't say enough about any of them. And the way they've moved the needle and what EJ's done the last couple of years that's insanity. The number of shows he's made bowling against the two-handers and everything else, and the way the game has changed and the evolution of it and everything else. It's pretty incredible to watch, and I'm very fortunate that I've had a front row seat, and very very happy that they weren't at the same time as my prime. I think there might be some things that are a little bit different.
Yeah. And the college scene now is completely changed, the landscape with the two-handers. And, it's kind of fun seeing there's a couple two-handed girls that are bowling today that, it's really starting to become a lot more prominent. Or no-thumb players really is the true definition. But, just seeing how the changes are happening even at the earlier stages. And some of these kids are, they're workaholics. And those are the ones that are going to continue to progress and see that. I had one of my young athletes last year. He was really not even on a whole lot of people's radar. He was a local kid, and he came to me and he made a decision. He wanted to commit and come to Bowl Farm. And he says, "What do I got to do to make varsity?" And I said, "What do you mean?" He says, I said, we've got 7 guys that started last year that are coming back. He says, I want to make the team. What do I got to do?" And I gave him a list of things. He says, "Okay." Well, the next thing I know, he's in the bowling alley, probably 2 to 3 hours a day, 5 or 6 days a week, all summer long, and worked his butt off. He comes out the 3rd game of our team trials. He shot 300. Finished
Impressive.
4th in the team trials and made the varsity roster. And it's really just work ethic. It's just like, what do you want to do to separate yourselves? Get the information, like you said what Jason did when he came over. He had the raw talent, but he didn't know how to harness it. Being able to harness those skills and then putting in the effort and learning. You know, it's a big learning curve going from, you know, this type of an environment to the collegiate level to the professional level. It's hard. Those guys are the best in the world for a reason. And it's not just because they're pretty good athletes. That's part of it.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that bowling seems to be one of those sports that the casual fan, since they can go bowl and they could bowl 220, it could happen, that their view of the professional level is not the same as their view at the professional level in other sports. Like when you go to college and you play college football or you play college golf, then you go to the next level, you move on to the professional level, you can be drafted in the first round of the NFL draft and be a complete bust. It can be a complete bust. So to actually succeed at that next level, it's unbelievably difficult, but that's done in such a public way that you don't see that in our sport.
Right, and the numbers are a lot different in bowling compared to some of the other mainline sports. I mean, 7% of high school athletes that participate in bowling make it to the collegiate level. And only 1% of those make it to being able to compete at the professional level. Not win, but just compete. So the numbers are really pretty drastically small. There's not as many opportunities, you know, and not as many venues that they're able to showcase their skills. So.
Of course. And listen, when Tommy started on tour, you know, we still had 30 events a year.
Yeah.
We still had 30 events a year. You know, they have 20 now, not even.
Yeah.
So,
a
you
lot
know,
of them are in the
some
same
of them are
bowling
shorter
centers.
too, and they're
Yeah,
shorter.
and a lot of them are in the same bowling centers, which I know people think that's a different pattern, and it is a different pattern. But there are characteristics of bowling centers. There's 4 or 5 bowling centers that I'd love to bowl every tour stop at. And my ball rolls good in those places, and that's where I would like to bowl. And then, you know, you get some places that ball doesn't roll good, but my ball doesn't roll good in South Point. Never has. I've, you know, never made a show there. You know, a couple match plays here and there, but you know, there's just lots of variables that are different that you can't see, and the lane looks like the lane. You know, you might change the tent depending on what surface it is. There's HPLs or Brunswick Pro-Am lane, things like that, but you can't see the variables. That's the biggest difference in golf. Is you can see the hazards in golf, you can't see it in bowling. You have to let your ball be your guide, and you can throw the same shot that, you know, the same day or the next day on the same pattern and everything else, and it do something, you know, 2 or 3 boards difference, and at the highest level, 2 or 3 boards is a huge difference.
Do you think there's an impact as well with the professional athletes that know how to break down the lanes properly, that are playing in a smaller zone of competition compared to like at the collegiate level, where you've got different varying degrees of ability, that they're actually spraying the ball or playing the lanes in an improper part of the lane that makes those patterns seem harder at the collegiate level versus professional?
Yeah, without question.
Let me take this one for a minute. So, yes, if the professionals were bowling in a team event, okay, they would probably break them down properly because they know how to break them down properly. They don't care about breaking them down properly. Right. They give 0 craps about how they break the pair down.
Right.
They're going to play where they're going to play. Does not matter. Understand, when they're done there, they're done there.
Right.
And they don't care about the backwash they're leaving.
Yeah, you just got to hope to get a good cross and be crossing with like one of your buddies. Like I love when Bill and I cross together because we know that our first pair is going to be pretty good.
Really good, yeah.
Somewhere where you kind of want to play. And then after that, we might be following Belmo and EJ, and that pair, who knows, they tried to go over each other, and they might bowl a good score, and then Billy and I are stuck just right in the jet wash of what just happened.
Right.
But if the pattern is like a specific place to play, like on short patterns or things like that, or a longer pattern where, you know, you're going to have to play it and kind of keep it in, yes, the pattern will play a lot easier on tour than it does for something like this, where the kids are playing a lot of different places because they'll all kind of be in the same spot. And
Yep.
the lines will get a lot more consistent and things like that. But as far as if it's a hard pattern, if it's like a 40-foot flat pattern, good luck. That's those are the ball reps' worst nightmares. I'd be running up to Chuck. Chuck, who started on 41 and 2? What did they do? And they're keeping all this list. And did they do this? Did they do that? And I'll even grab a sheet when I get there in the morning and kind of circle some pairs that, all right, Belmo started here, EJ started here, or you get guys that like to use a lot of surface and play left, or you get guys that are urethane dominant. They want to use urethane all the time. I want to know what pair those guys started on, and then when I get to that pair, at least I have something. And I'll tell one of the ball reps, hey, can you do me a favor? I bowl on 31 and 2, game 5. Can you kind of just watch it and just see if there's anything crazy about it? Belmo starting there, and if they're hard, those guys might take out 500 on a reactive ball and throw it 23 miles an hour and lock it up from 15 to 10, and then there's going to be something to move into. But if they do it at 25 to 10, it's not much fun.
Yeah. Right. That's the variable on the tour, and that is so tough for a player to navigate because it is so dependent on who you follow. People go, oh, it's your cross is super. Yeah, you know what? Your cross, yeah, it affects your first pair. Your cross really doesn't mean anything after the first pair, right? So you're gonna get 5 shots on each lane. So because you have a ding dong crossing with you that's going to be an arrow left to you and shouldn't be, it only hurts you really bad on that first pair, right? So who was there in front of you? What decisions did they make, right? Did they make Did they try and lock up urethane because they're going to be so hard? Well, if they tried to lock up urethane, that could be your friend if you can get to the right of it and shim it in there, right? Right. But if they didn't, and you're trapped in that wash that they created, the mess they created, it can really affect you in a really bad way. And I will tell you, when the players would get frustrated with other players go, I really don't care what's there when I'm gone. And they don't. And they shouldn't. Right. Let's be honest. It's not their job to china up a pair for the guys coming behind them.
They're trying to make them playable for them.
Exactly. They're trying to survive. Yeah, they're trying to survive.
I was kind of like talking about just the end result, because like you said, certain patterns, certain buildings will break down in a certain fashion that kind of make players play certain parts of the lane. Right. And because of the skill set that they possess, they're able to take advantage of that as a whole more comparatively.
Without a doubt. Yep. Without a doubt. 100% right. 100% right. That's why when even if you bowl in nationals, man, if you want to bowl with a companion team, you want to make sure your team that you're bowling with on that companion pair is actually decent, right? Because you're there for 3 games. And to try and get everybody in the right zone, get them doing the right thing, and not trying to, what are you going to do? We're going to do something together, right? We're either going to stretch the pattern, or we're going to blow it up, right? You can't really do both. It's hard to do both. So you got to figure out what's our angle, right? What are we going to do? And you deal with that as a college coach.
It's exactly the same thing. That's what I was going to say. It's really hard. Like we get some kids that come in that are, thumbless that are 450 rev rate, trying to throw stuff at 1,000 or 500, and then I've got 2 or 3 kids that have a 300 rev rate that may still put the thumb in the ball for some silly reason. Yeah. That are trying to go up the boards on a 40-foot pattern. Yeah. And it's like, it's not happening. Sorry, you get to watch, and I'll put all the 2-handers in as far as we can get them going. Sure. And when they break down, okay, you can look and see what we've got for you. But it's hard. It's hard just managing that environment for that level of players.
Yep.
So
it is. It is, and it's part of for me as a tour rep, that was part of the fun of it too, right?
It is.
helping get guys think a little bit differently, right? Look at your problem that you think you're going to have on that pair, and let's look at a different solution than what we've tried in the past, right? And,
and that's. But the other thing too about like breaking down the pairs and things, and EJ's great, but that's part of the reason why he's great is because he's always left of everybody. He's got more on it than anybody, even more than Belmo. He's got more on it, so he can do farther left. He can get the farther left you go, the fresher it is. So like he's never having any like traffic there. There's maybe 3 people that are over there where he's at, so he's got no traffic. So his ball's just flying through the front everywhere. Where if your rev rate's 100 less and you get kind of stuck in, then you actually end up having to figure out how you're going to get it through there, how you're going to get it to come off of it. He's just over there doing everything max, and kudos to him because he's the only one that can do it. I mean, like, you know, when you're the only one that can do it, life is pretty good.
And it's pretty cyclical. I mean, you know, you go back through time, there's always been that one bowler, you know, for 3 or 4 years that has had that little space. You know, even back all the way through the 70s when Earl was doing it, when no right-handers were able to stop him. And, you know, sometimes he'd be the only lefty to make the top 24 and he'd win.
Yep.
And it's like, it's the same thing.
Yep. And when you look at most of the Hall of Famers, they had a window where they were a lot to handle. I mean, we can think back. Nobody ever wanted to go to Long Island and try and bowl Tommy Jones in Long Island, right? You did not want to bowl that guy there.
Good spot.
Nobody wanted to bowl him there, and we went there a couple times a year when he was doing his thing. And you imagine his confidence level. It's like Belmo's confidence level going into South Point.
EJ and Reno.
Or EJ and Reno, yeah.
Right.
Or freaking, you know, some other guys. You look at Johnny Petraglia's career. He won 15 titles. He won 7 in 1 year.
Yep.
Think about that, right? So even though he's had a career of all these decades, he won 7 of his 15 titles in 1 year. Now, Tommy certainly spread his out a lot more than that, but there was a time where you didn't want any of this guy, right? None of him.
Absolutely.
I mean, and there was a time, and he doesn't remember this because he doesn't view it this way, but there was a time he was EJ, right? Because he was further left pretty much than anybody.
Yeah.
And he wasn't moving his feet as much from pair to pair.
It's true.
Just kind of like EJ does now.
Yeah.
Now, it's a different zone. You weren't in that zone, but
yeah, and it's just the game has just changed. Like there was always something at 7 or 8 to like where Walter, Norm, those guys, the really good, the great bowlers, could do something over there. On tour right now, like there is nothing at 7-8. There is no moving back right and playing 7-8. You better figure out how to do it from the left. And a lot of that's just bowling centers. They're high volume centers. Lane surfaces are 30, 40, 50 years old, even if they're synthetics, and they're scratched up. So essentially we're bowling on wood everywhere now. You just can't see it. It just doesn't put the scratches on the ball. And bowling balls are so much stronger today than they were even 15 years ago. Like somebody sent me a blue ice, and I put holes in it because it was my favorite ball of like all time. And I used it a ton on tour, and it doesn't wrinkle now. I can't look at a board. It doesn't look at all. It used to peel.
So it is so he brings up a great point. So when that was always in play for the elite straighter guys, right? The Vosses, the Dukes, the Walters, those guys, even before that Ozio, the guys that could do that, and they were just that good, they took a lot of titles away from guys like him that nobody's taken those away from EJ now, right?
Because they could, you could go over there, and if you didn't have bar reaction, you could go over there and you could survive until you go drill a ball, and the blocks were shorter, 6-game blocks, 6, 6, and 6. So you could go over there and bowl 60 over and not shoot yourself in the foot. You bowl 60 over now in a block, you're done.
Yeah,
Dead.
you're out.
You're dead. See you next week.
So it's definitely different. And
well, guys, thanks for letting me jump in the booth for you a little while.
Oh,
It's
man.
been really entertaining and enlightening for me. I'm actually getting ready to drive up to Chicago for a Recruit Us event for tomorrow. So see if I can drag some more talent back down here to St. Louis and keep us growing. So
Wish you a great year next year.
thank you very much. Pleasure. Always.
Always good to see you, friend.
You bet. There you go.
Okay, that wraps up qualifying. We had our 6 games of qualifying this morning. And we'll be coming, the top 6 will move on to bracket play, and that'll start shortly. Okay, we're ready for match play. There will be 2-game total pin. Will determine the winner. Okay, our first round of rookies will be Kylie Wright against Charlie Jones. They're on 15 and 16. Garrett Reen against Kaylee Cirillo on 17 and 18. That'll be the first round. And then for the majors, we'll have Lucas Pilkey against Logan Meyer on 19 and 20. Jillian DeWiggins and Ryan Johnson on 21 and 22. Then in the classics, which will be on Channel 1, is Benjamin Simpson against Hunter Jones on 23 and 24. Landon Alexander against Chase Lanterp on 25 and 26. And then in the Masters, which is on Channel 2, will be Nick Dunnius against Dalton Adkins on 27 and 28. Eric Stumpf against Caden Kiplinger on 29 and 30. These will all be 2-game matches for total pins. They'll determine the winner.
Kind of fascinated by the setup you have here.
Yeah, just didn't have enough time to get this one totally set up the way I wanted.
Well, it's like we got the mix board, we got the stream set. It's one of the first times I've seen it up close in person, so it's pretty cool.
And he's
that's
back.
right.
Welcome back, welcome back.
All right, so we're ready to get started with the first round of match play. Is that Nick on? Yeah, we got Nick Donius and Dalton Atkins on 27 to 28.
That's
Yeah, then we got Eric Stumpf and Caden Kiplinger at 29-30.
So Sean is a college coach, coaching the girls. What kind of insight can you give some of these younger girls that are maybe not college age yet, not even really contemplating college, as far as narrowing it down? What would you tell me as a coach you're looking for?
So there's a couple different things, at least from the student athlete side. When you start shopping around for schools, kind of figuring out, one, depending on where you're from, how far you kind of want to go to school. Obviously that rules out a bunch of schools, but then doing some homework ahead of time, even outside of the athletic base, but seeing if the school size, the curriculum, kind of what you're looking for in your future kind of matches up. It's a big one I hear a lot of times. Girls will reach out and they want to do nursing or something along that aspect, and unfortunately McKendree doesn't have that. So it could save some time in the searching that way if you know ahead of time. But when it comes to the actual athletics base, it's the biggest thing I tell parents, like, I'm looking for, sounds obtuse, but reasons not to recruit. So biggest no-no for me is throwing fits. Obviously we bowl bad from time to time, but how you show it, how you react to others around you is probably the biggest deterrent for me. And then there's other intangibles I could go for hours on it, but that's a big deterrent outside of that. But when I'm looking for, I don't really have an average base I look at. That might sound a little obtuse as well, but looking for versatility, ball roll, speed control. How's your problem solving? So are we standing in the same spot, doing the same thing over and over, again, expecting different results, so the definition of insanity? Or are we kind of experimenting? And then ultimately, in women's bowling, spare shooting is very important. So watching scoreboards, how many 9 outs, 8 1s, 8 0s I see, kind of like that underlying aspect I watch for.
Well, you know, it's funny because I tell parents all the time, and students, pick the school first that you want to get an education in. And if they have a bowling team, it's a bonus.
Yes.
I try to tell people, don't pick a school just for the sport, and that not just bowling. That's basketball, football, baseball, whatever your sport is. Because if you go to a place for a sport and you hate the school, you're not going to stay.
Correct.
So I think that's good advice.
I think the great thing about McKendree is over the last decade, since I graduated in 16, is we've really expanded our professional programs. So when I was in school, we were very big on business. Obviously, I did a sport management degree, but the business schools in most universities are pretty solid. But then as we look into kind of the female aspect of it, I hear a lot of interest in psychology, sociology, like I said, nursing, want to doing something medical. So it can be a little tougher, but there's a niche for everything. So I have a couple girls that want to come and be surgeons someday. Well, you look at McKendree, we don't have a big medical school. But there's ways around things. Veterinarian school, you have pre-professional biology. So obviously making sure the school is a fit first. And then if we kind of have one of those bubble areas, maybe I want to do pre-med of some sort, we can usually get you there. It might just take a little bit longer in the long run. So I would say qualifying the school is probably the biggest thing. Again, knowing the size of campus. Some kids want a smaller campus. Some kids want the big D1 feel like Nebraska with 40,000 kids, but that's not for everybody.
No.
Kind of qualifying that and what you're looking for out of your education is probably the most important thing.
It's actually the opposite. I think a lot of times going to one of these great big schools is Especially when you come out of a smaller environment, that's not a good move for a lot of kids.
No, it's so. Granted, it's 2012 when I graduated high school. I was in one of the bigger high schools in the state of Michigan. So I graduated with 520 or 530. We were the smallest class. Like the incoming freshman class with 870 kids. So come from a town, 12, 13,000 people, not a small town type feel. I was pretty suburban Detroit. And then come to a school like McKendree where total enrollment's 1,200 kids.
Yep.
So it's half of my high school. It was something I liked. Going from a big classroom, I played high school athletics, a couple different sports. It was very good, excelled at both of them, but coming to a small school where everybody's an athlete and it's more focused and the professors were really keen in on your success, small student ratios too, was something that I think I couldn't have asked for in another institution. I know I looked at like Toledo University, so big university. I loved it, but when it came to certain aspects, and the selling point for me ended up being the bowling program and what I've learned to kind of move forward for. But that small campus feel is definitely something that I didn't know I wanted until I got here and kind of experienced it myself.
Well, and what year did you come down here?
So I graduated high school in 2012. So I came from the fall of 12 and I graduated in May of 2016.
Yeah, and now you kind of created a second home.
Yeah, so came back just before COVID.
We kind of adopted you.
I'm like the kid that just kind of shows up at the doorstep and they're like, we'll give him some water, feed him in a little bit. But I came back in 2019 just before COVID hit to be a graduate assistant under the O'Keeffes and Dennis Knepper. And after about 5-6 months, obviously, business decisions, I was able to finish my degree, but I didn't finish as a graduate assistant. So worked professionally around for a couple years, but then was able to tie back when the O'Keeffes moved on to Jacksonville State to kind of step in and take over the reins of the women's program. So kind of a little bit of a full circle moment.
And now you help out when you're able. You help out the Ray Orff's Pro Shop too.
Yep. So it's another great friendship. I'm really appreciative for. They give me a space in order to come in and help them when they need help, but they also give me a space and a workplace for my girls. I have keys in the shop. I drill all of our equipment there, so it's something that I'm really appreciative. Something that doesn't go unnoticed by me or my girls. So shout out to Ray Orff's there too. So kind of interesting here, Larry. It looked like we were going to shoot 300 in practice on the first two pairs in front of us. And then quickly we have seen that's not the case.
That's right. The pattern has played very, very true to what it was designed to do. If I remember right, you bowled one of the 890 Opens, didn't you?
Yeah, 3 years ago when you had the doubles, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it the same exact pattern?
Did you bowl the first one or the second one?
The one when Sherman, I think, won.
That was the first one. That was 5 years ago. And no, it was a one
okay.
like a 1.2 to 1, and this is a
2.5.
2.6 to 1.
I think I bowled the 890 in the fall. That was here.
Yeah.
It's kind of
the first one. Tommy Jones and several of the pros were at.
Yes. Yes.
And you bowled that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was 5 years ago.
We participated. The scores were not enough to continue, but yes, I bowled with one of my buddies from Tennessee. So.
We toned it down for the second one, which was 4 years ago, and this is the pattern that we used for that, and still plenty of out of bounds. Spares are crucial, staying clean.
I think when you get to the upper age divisions, the biggest thing I see is, and I mean, it kind of makes sense in a way, but the kids opt to the urethane with a lot of surface really good. Urethane is the softest cover you can have, even more softer than your big asymmetric bowling balls. So I understand it, but it's a good thing to see when I walked around a little bit when they started that nobody, and I say nobody sparingly, but I think maybe one or two of the younger kids was throwing urethane. So understanding that it's not always what you have to go to get the ball to slow down. Being more versatile with your surfaces is really good. Right now, between 27 and 30, you can definitely see a built-in track 10, 11, 12 at like 40, 45 feet. So these kids are a little more forward, throwing it into it, and the ball's actually smoothing out. So. Right here in front of us, Dalton Atkins is actually it's not Dalton.
Yeah, Dalton Atkins is A.
Okay.
And Nick is 1.
But Dalton's got a good run going right now. And then I was watching over here, Caden's doing a little bit something different, but at the same time, got quite a bit of good ball reaction going. Got a 6-bagger now for Dalton.
Yeah, it's Nick that's got the 5 going.
Oh, shoot. I'm so backwards.
Follow the arrows, just like when you're bowling.
No, I am so bad for that. I forget what lane I'm on at least once a tournament. You go center to center, and they have different characteristics. I was actually bowling the Sunset Masters this past weekend, and I kept having to ask the guys I was crossing with, I was like, what lane do we start on? Because everybody had them set differently, so. But Larry's playing some music for us. I was kind of confused with where it was coming from, but Caden's working on a 2-bagger. Looks like Nick's just missed with his 6 attempt. A little swisher. I'll tell you, the talent level of these kids is very, very advanced. For when I was 15, 16 years old, we had those select kids, but the access to technology and just not even having to have a physical in-person coach to learn and grow is insane. You're seeing it here in front of us too, so. Not to mention, I feel like I'm on the low end of the RPMs now. I sit around 18.5 off my hand at 440, and these kids got me beat, so.
Oh, a lot of two-handed stuff now. There's a lot more res.
True. So even though we've already started, what would your prediction be for these 2 matches here in front of us with Nick and Dalton and Eric and Caden? Who do you think is going to win here?
Oh, Nick had the string going. He picked a spare. If you keep that going, it'll be fine. Well, he just have it open the first, though. It's a good match.
I think it's going to be a very high-scoring match. 27-28's historically a good pair. You don't have one lane that plays vastly different from the other, so I think this could be a 5-0 to 5-20 type match for 2. Honestly, I think Dalton might take this one.
Yeah, Dalton's +9.
Yeah. And then over here on the right side, I don't know. I like Caden's ball roll. It doesn't look like he's going to get trouble as long as he throws it and feeds it in the right area, so. What was Harper Burnett's overall score for qualifying? He was dealing on it earlier.
Harper shot 14-21 for the 6 games.
221 over. Low game of 225. That is some good bowling.
95 up over second.
It's a little interesting though. You lead the tournament, you get a bye, have to sit, wait an hour until you bowl. So if I was to be a betting man, I would say I'd give him the nod, but I don't know how he's going to feel coming out of a small practice session before coming into the next match.
Especially with it being a 2-game match, it's a little longer than the step ladder is.
Very true. Looks like Landon Alexander's got about a 15-pin lead over Chase Landtrip.
Or right down your A and 1.
Yep.
Had a chance for a tie the first game on 27-28.
Oh, he's asking for it. Did he get it? Oh, he got it. A little showmanship from Hunter. Chasing the right lane with a 2-pin. I will say the amount of 9 splits I've seen today, not good.
I just needs to get a spare and win by 1.
I feel like he's going to strike here. Good. It's good. Crept a little high. Definitely hit that one a little bit. Fireworks over here from the stump camp. Looking a little defeated pretty early. I think in that boat, even though you only have 190 on the board, your opponent's probably going to look at 240. You got to look at the fact that on the right or the left lane, you've made some really good shots. He's only missed twice on the left lane, but
Got a hill to climb for game 2.
got a hill, but you never know. Your opponent can easily do the same thing you just did too. I was saying, 1 miss brings you back down to 230, 240. Needs a spare for 230. But 2-8, tricky on a 46-footer if he gets going right. Could miss it. Not trying to black cloud, but easily could hit it over left. So he's throwing plastic at it. Uh-oh. Just kidding. No heart attack.
That was a good thing it was a plastic.
I saw him hit it, and I thought it was going to overhook, but after game 1, it's going to be looking like it's about 36 to his favor. More like 40, 44-ish. So Eric versus Caden. Caden's going to have a 45-pin advantage into game 2. Dalton and Nick right here in 27-28. It's a 1-pin advantage to Dalton. So got some close matches. As we look to our left, looks like Benjamin Simpson looking like he'll shoot 230. Looks like Hunter Jones is working on 180 pace-wise. Oh!
Trip to 2.
Rolled a 2-7-8. Good, clean living.
All right, Sean, now that I'm back, what were the scores, final scores here on 27, 28, 29, and 30?
Yeah, so on the Caden and Eric match, we got 237 to 192 Caden. It's
Okay.
a 1-pin match on 27 and 28 between Dalton and Nick. Dalton is up by 1. And then our other match over here to the left is finishing up, so.
Well, it looks like 188 to, if he goes off the sheet, 173.
Yeah, and then we have 235 down there for Ben Simpson. His opponent is pacing 180, so we got two about 40 pin matches. Got one match. I think this one right here in front of us. I was telling Mr. Stewart, I was feeling like it was a 520 to 5-0 match, but the pace slowed down just a little bit again there. So Landon and Chase, it is going to be 26 in Landon's favor. Down in the Ben and Hunter Jones match, finishing down with 23-24. Looks to be about 47. Rough math if he makes a spare. So heading into the next match, 29-30, we have a 45-pin match, Caden's favor. Unfortunately, Caden's got 9 out strike. It's like I mentioned, Eric's kind of making a little bit of run, got to be there. 27-28, Dalton is leading by 1, and it's about 11-pin match this game. I'm a little worried for him over here, though. He's got that Swisher.
Swisher,
roll.
sweet, yep.
If I'm Nick, I gotta keep putting him there. Something's gonna stand up. The matches to our left, we got Chase Landtrip is down by 26 to Landon Alexander. Starts with a hole in game 2 after Landon's strike. And then Ben Simpson, Hunter Jones, 235, 188. So 47 Ben's favor. I'm telling you, Larry, I initially took, I think I took Dalton in this match over here, but I may have picked it wrong. Nick's ball motion looks really, really good.
Well, Nick's very tough. One of the, and Dalton is too, but Nick plays a great line almost on all the conditions that I've seen, whether it's house shot, modified, the sport. He keeps the ball in front of him really well.
That's the one thing I'm seeing right now. His ball is actually reading and kind of just laying there, whereas Dalton's looks pretty quick when it sees the end of the pattern. This one's in a little bit and it just lays there, whereas Dalton slips by him with 7-10s. It's been a good match. We still could get to that 5-20-5-0. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Caden is trying to make this a match over here on 29-30. It's quick, it's too hard. Just relying on him, getting the hits. So Larry, if you're Dalton, are you making moves right now? You just rolled the 4-pin twice on the right lane. 7-10 swisher. Your opponent's got really, really good ball motion.
He's really looking like he tightened up his line over the last, That looks good. Oh, didn't turn the corner. So he did exactly. I just said he tried to tighten up. That one he loosened.
I don't know if you heard it because the one time I hit my mark, I missed. So. So there's a kind of from the bowler aspect of me. I think there's 2 ways you can attack this. So obviously now we've seen 6 games with about 5 people in every pair. So like you can throw some cleaner, shinier bowling balls, but you definitely got to keep your hand doing the right thing so they're not too jumpy. Or like personally, if I'm bowling, I'm doing something similar to Nick or Eric over here. A little surface, using a smoother bowling ball, something that's going to lay there a little bit more, lets my hand get away with it. But each can work for sure. This one's in a little bit, just lays there, swish the rack.
Still the best hit in the house.
For sure. think, who's got him for that match? So the Nick and Dalton match, I think Harper's going to have his hands full if Nick makes it through here. Both very, very good shot makers. I think this could be a high-scoring side of the bracket over here. Another really good one from Eric. So we talked about it right at the end of that game. So Eric's down 45, but through 3 frames, 4 frames, he's already called it back to 20, and he's working off a double. Kate doesn't step up here and put a couple marks together, string a couple. He can get in some trouble pretty quick. It's pretty good. Very good shot. Doesn't look like he leaked it as much there. A little tighter, a little more rolly.
Yeah, he changed balls.
Ball change too? Yeah,
I think that's the anger. I can't tell. It's not as jumpy.
He's got his anger on the rack. I don't know what this one is. Looks like a, that's a mindset.
Mindset.
Yep, yep.
Took me a second, but.
So bigger core, kind of goes more forward. They're both orange. I couldn't tell what that one was though. We got a match over here on our left. 11 pins back to Nick's favor. That's another good one. Actually got right a little early.
You got by with that one. That could have been ugly.
Could have been a lot. But sitting through 4, he's dialed it back to technically about 34 pins. So he's erased all but 11 pins of his deficit, so.
You can't leave that.
That's left. Wow. We need a 9 pin on 28. Denise?
What was that, an 8?
9.
Yeah, let's just put a 5 pin up there for some fun.
Landon Alexander just flew the 1-2-4. Very rare for him.
He's got 2 holes on that right knee too.
It won't carry.
Roll 9 over there. Roll 9 pin for Chase Lane trip. It's a big spare here for Nick as he comes down to it. It's all square basically coming in. Oh my lord. Caden went to deliver that one. It looked like it hung up on his thumb. Dropped it right in the foul line with the right butter.
It actually looked like he drove it into the ground.
Oh, shoot. I just saw it after it hit. I wasn't sure. The spare. Gotta stay in it.
Nice cover.
So Caden was up 45. Right now that is 42 that gone. It is essentially all square. 3 pins over there on 29 and 30. Basically an all square match here on 27
I mean, that was
as
a
well.
huge. That was a huge.
A 20 pin loss right there in one shot. See, that's a tricky part. He sandwiches that in between basically two doubles.
And how he comes back and covers is huge.
It's got a max score of 204 over there for Caden. Got 246. So that is a free game on that pair. Needs it. Oh no. Same situation as last game. Back down to a 1-pin match over here on 27-28. I think that's twice we've seen a 20-pin deficit erased into a single pin. Eric needs as many as he can get here. And there's one of them. So it's going to put pressure on Caden. I would think reasonably you need these next two. Dalton's got ball in hand right now. One more strike and 9 will do it. Oh, Caden. It's not over though. He need the count. You gotta somehow get that to 170.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's gonna bounce this one. 2. So with a spare over here for Dalton, it is going to force Nick to double
Yes, double.
to win. If he misses this 4-pin, a double or a strike spare would put us in a tie. Uh-oh. Man, I gotta have more faith. He's getting the ball so hard. Off his hand, I thought that didn't have a chance. 223 for Dalton. So Dalton ends his 2-game match with 459, which means we need 224 from Nick. So Nick will have to double here to win. It's close. Oh my God.
Just a little light.
Wow. What a good match. What a good match. So Dalton is going to win this. We have these backwards. They said Nick was up.
Didn't think we did. We might have, though.
1-2 pin some of that.
I didn't know if he was entering him.
It's all right. Either way, that is going to be a winner for Dalton. I may have had a slight 4 there on my part, or on my part. So for the moment, we'll look for a score confirmation, but we have it as 459 to 454. Either way, it's either a 5 or a 3-pin match there. We got 167 on the right. Caden.
459, 454.
Okay.
It was right.
Okay. Okay. And then right now, so. So 205. It looks like at this point.
Well, 50's 217. He's got that beat.
220. Yeah, he's just won. He needed that mark there. He needed the mark to win. He did get it. The hole would have put him at 214. It still would have been enough. Or 213. Yeah, he did 1 by 1 if he went 9 out there. 225. 417 to 404 over there for the Eric Stump Caden match. So Eric will move on to face Jackson Dyes. And we'll have Dalton Atkins on the other side advancing to face Harper Burnett. So we get caught up over here. 125 and 188. So we got a double 188 over here.
376.
You saw me freaking out the calculator to check it. I'm just trying to make sure. So the magic number over here in this match is 141. So he is going to move on. Benjamin Simpson will move on to Bull Alex Pearl. And then what do we have, Jason? So Landon is leading this one. Looks like Chase has 209 possible. Landon is pacing 190. So Landon needs to stay clean here. Chase has to apply some pressure in the last 2 frames here.
Who are you talking about now?
Watching the Landon Alexander Chase land trip. So Landon's up 26. And Landon is pacing 198. So Hunter,
They're done though, aren't they?
No, 23 and oh shoot, I have the wrong match. So 180 is a good catch, Larry. So I'm looking at Ben and Hunter over there. So Ben, our 1 bowler, had 235. The match is closed out.
How close was it?
As we wrap up this match, Larry, I'm going to have to head out, though.
Well, I appreciate you sitting in with us, Sean.
Of course, sir.
Great.
Messed up the score one side there. I put it up top when it was supposed to be down here at the bottom. But I appreciate you guys, Larry. Thank you for everything you're doing for these kids. But I'm going to get out of here, guys. Appreciate you, sir, for the streaming. We'll take it easy, guys. Have a good day.
See you later. Hunter's headed for a 175 with a strike.
Who's that?
Hunter Jones. to let Benjamin Simpson's through. He had a 47-pin lead going into this game, Benjamin did. And he's going to win this one, too.
You going to change mics here.
So the strike of 197, which would give him 432.
So, Todd, who won the Landon Alexander match? Was that?
Landon Alexander won 357 to 350.
Okay. So Benjamin Simpson and Hunter Jones around 23 and 24.
With 24 acting up right now.
Do you know what lane Harper's going to be on?
19 and 20.
Okay. What are they waiting on at 24? A rack?
Yep. It's missing a 9-pin again.
So 422 to 3.
432 to 362. Waiting for him to enter the rookies and major scores so we can get them.
Are they waiting for them to get the scores in, Todd?
I'm not sure what John's doing, but I think so, yes. Or he's trying to get the score so he can make the announcements. Okay, in the rookies, it was Kylie Wright losing to Charlie Jones, 327 to 324. And then Garrett Reen shot 304 to Kaylee Cirillo's 288. So Garrett moves on to face Aiden Hump. And then Charlie Jones moves on to Bull Gavin Neal.
In the rookies, it was Charlie Jones, 327 over Kylie Wright, 324. Charlie will move to 23 and 24 to take on Gavin Neal. It was Garrett Wynn, 304 over Kaylee Cirillo, 288. Garrett will move to 25 and 26 to take on Aiden Hump. In your majors, it was Lucas Cookie, 363 over Logan Meyer, 347. Lucas will move to 27 and 28 to take on Olivia Titus. We have Jillian Wiggins at 391 over Ryan Johnson, 341. Jillian will move to 29 and 30 to take on Anthony Montgomery. In your classics, Ben Simpson, 432 over Hunter Jones, 362. Ben will move to 15 and 16 to take on Alex Pola. The other match in classics was Landon Alexander, 357 over Chase Andrew, 350. Landon will move to 17 and 18 to take on Ethan Caniso. In your Masters, it was Dalton Atkins, 459 over Nick Donius, 454. Dalton will move to 19 and 20 to take on Marco Burnett. Your second match in the Masters was Eric Stone for 419 over Clayton Kipler, 404. Eric will move to 21 and 22 to take on Jackson Dias. You get 2 shots on each lane, guys. 2 shots, not 2 breaks, 2 shots. Your lane should be on for practice.
And just to make sure you heard from John's announcements, if you didn't, the majors was Lucas Pilkey, 363 over Logan Meyer, 347. And Jillian Dwiggins, 391, beat Ryan Johnson to 340. Lucas moves on to bowl Olivia Titus, who was a number 1 seed. And Jillian moves on to bowl Anthony Montgomery, who was a number 2 seed.
mom and grandma's height. Yeah, dude. Isn't that how you
Okay, we're ready to get going here in our second round. On Channel 1 this time we'll have the rookies, and on Channel 2 it'll be the majors. Nice way to pick a 710.
That's one way, yep. The easiest way.
Yep. Get it over with on the first ball. The pick of a 25710. That's a 6 count, John. turned that into a close match on 27 and 28. Now we got Olivia Titus and Lucas Pilkey tied going into the second game, 223-223. Then in the rookies, we had Garrett Reen, 190 to Aiden Humph, 154. Hayes. I missed Anthony's score. 219 for Lucas Pilkey. He'll give him the win over Olivia Titus. They were tied going into this game. So Lucas wins 442 to 424. Another match coming to a close on 25 and 26. It was on Channel 1. Garrett Reen has a 36 pin advantage over Aiden. That gives Garrett a 150, which gives him 340 for the total. And Aiden only has 167 left, so Garrett will move on. So Garrett beat Aiden 340 to 311. Two Brooklyns in a row. For Jillian. She's down 53 going into the second game. Oh. I think if Anthony gets a mark, I think we'll shut Jillian out with a 53-pin lead. Sixth. Oh, she can win it. She can win it, 229. It's 53, so 170 would be 223. So it's 222. She's got to strike out to win it. There's one. She needs a second one and move on. Got to have the strike. That's got to be a Brooklyn. Oh my! Another one carries Brooklyn. The other one finishes down here is Charlie. Gavin Neal will move on against Charlie Jones. Jillian wins over Anthony 384 to 380. 384 to 380. Okay, Charlie on 23 and 24 shoots 156. Gives him 266 for the 2 games. And Gavin had 211 the first game. Gavin shoots 192 for 403. So Gavin will move on. And we'll get this started out and we'll be back for the finals. Okay, we're back for the finals. And the rookies on 23 and 24, we got Gavin Neal against Garen Ryan. On 25 and 26 in the majors, we got Lucas Pilkey against Jillian Dwiggins. On 27 and 28 in the classics, we got Ben Simpson against Ethan Kniesel. And on 29 and 30, we got Harper Burnett against Jackson Dice. Okay, we got a correction in the rookies. The announcement was backward, so it's actually Gavin Neal against Aiden Hout for the final. Okay, we're coming down to the end of our first game in the 2-game matches. Jackson Deesworth going with possible 244. Jackson shoots 233. So Jackson is up plus 33 over Harper going into the game 2. Lanes 25 and 26. Lucas Hilke wins 214 to 158 over Gillian Dwiggins. Gives him plus 54. And 24. Gavin Neal shoots 216 to Aiden Hopes 180. So Gavin's plus 36. 27 and 28. Ben Simpson shoots 238. Ethan Kniesel's 180. So Ben's plus 58. Now they're all be in their final game. And 25 and 26, Lucas shoots 225 for a 439 total, which will give him the win over Jillian Dwiggins. 29 and 30. Harper needs this strike to give himself a chance. Harper shoots 215 for a 415. Jillian shoots 207 for a 365. So Lucas wins 439 to 365. That strike will wrap it up for Jackson over Harper. Jackson shoots 223 for a 456. Beats Harper Burnett, who had 415. And down on 23 and 24, that strike will give Gavin the win. He was up plus 36. Negative Jackson 147. For a 363. Best Aiden could do is 174, which would give him 354. And 27 and 28. Ben was up 58 going to this game. Gonna hold on to that lead and win. Ethan shoots 162 for a 342. Oops. Wait a minute, I had that wrong. No, it's still 342. Loses to Gavin Neal with a 363. Ethan shoots 190 for 370. Ben shoots 187 the last game for 425. So Ben wins 425 over 370. So for the finals of the tournament, in the rookies division, Gavin Neal wins. In the majors, Lucas Pilkey wins. In the classic, Ben Simpson wins. And in the Masters, Jackson Dice wins. And that concludes this tournament.